valuable material whom the archive chose not to involve, just as Itzhak Schipper and Meyer Balaban, not because these eminent historians were collaborators, God forbid, but because they had friends and associates that Ringelblum did not trust. And there were also some personal issues as well. The need for secrecy in the archive also meant that it was more difficult to collect valuable documents from important figures who died or were murdered, because Ringelblum was unwilling to explain to the widows why exactly he needed their late husband's papers, and thus often he was unable to persuade them to hand them over. Thus the archive failed to procure the priceless folklore collection of Shmuel Lehman, the song and music collection of Menachem Kipnis, the important diary of Menachem Linder. But that said, the Gestapo never tracked down the archive. Indeed, the Einik Shabbos, as Rachel Auerbach pointed out, had more luck saving documents than saving people. Unlike the Lodz Ghetto Archive, which one might say was semi-official, or the Bialystok Archive, where Ephraim Barash provided Mordechai Tannenbaum with financial support, or Hermann Kruk's documentation efforts in the Vilna Ghetto, where Jacob Gens would occasionally drop by to unburden himself, the Einik Shabbos tried to keep a firewall between itself and the Judenrat. And Shmuel Winter, member of the executive committee, was the one exception that proved the rule. Even more, the Einik Shabbos saw itself as part of what Lucy Davidovich called the alternative community that supposedly represented, quote unquote, the real voice of Warsaw Jewry, as opposed to the quote unquote official and corrupt Judenrat. Ringelblum's contempt for most of the Judenrat affected his judgment of such key figures as Adam Chernyakov and Avram Gepner, and therefore the requisite sections of it, his diary and notes, must be used with some caution. And we must remind ourselves that until 1943, Ringelblum also had very little to do with the revisionists. This changed in 1943. Had we depended just on Einik Shabbos materials for our understanding of the Warsaw Judenrat, had Chernyakov's diary not survived, our knowledge of that institution would have been somewhat skewed. Over time, the Einik Shabbos pursued changing and overlapping agendas. The first, begun in 1940, was Sammling, collecting, the collection of testimonies, diaries, candy wrappers, tram tickets, the menus of the fancy restaurants, official proclamations, anything that could give historians insights into the life of the ghetto, including material culture. This remained a priority of the archive right until the end. In 1941, the Einik Shabbos adopted a new agenda item, the so-called 2.5 Years Project, an ambitious plan to compile a 1,600-page study of Jewish life under Nazi occupation based on guidelines, questionnaires, interviews, defined topics that included 80 different subjects, such as women, children, corruption in the ghetto street. You see just one of the 80 guidelines here. The ghetto street, religious life, Polish-Jewish relations, German-Jewish relations, and much, much more. As was the case with Sammling, this project also reflected the YIVO background of Ringelblum and the members of the executive committee. The emphasis on social history, on populism, the encouragement of Yiddish as a scholarly language. The YIVO also stressed interdisciplinary approaches, the collaboration of scholars and ordinary Jews, the use of questionnaires and surveys to encourage the writing of history by the people and for the people, the key role of personal documents. We also see here the pre-war interest of Ringelblum in material culture and what later came to be called Alltagsgeschichte, the history of everyday life. Each topic had a team leader to direct the study. So obviously some Einik Shabbos members supervised multiple topics, Ringelblum stressed the importance of securing multiple perspectives. For example, the views of religious and secular Jews, young people, on the same topic. Special mention should be made of the studies of Jewish women by Cecilia Slapakova, the essay on children by Aaron Kaninsky, the reportage of Rochel Auerbach and Peretz Opachinski, the 400 Shtetl monographs, the important monographs on economics. Now, it's important to remember that this study project began in 1941 before the Einik Shabbos leaders learned about the final solution. In the true tradition of the pre-war YIVO, they were striving to produce engaged scholarship that somehow straddled the built-in tension in the best Dubnovian tradition between the quest for scholarly objectivity and nation building. And there's a direct line from Dubnov to Peretz to Cherrycover to the YIVO. And it's not too far-fetched to infer that Ringelblum himself hoped that the 2.5-year project could help build a usable past for post-war Polish Jewry. He hoped that these lessons for a usable past would include more interest in Yiddish, more cultural pride. He wanted to discredit the Jewish bourgeoisie and expose those elites who'd failed to meet the test of wartime leadership. He wanted to document the resilience and resourcefulness of the Jewish masses and to demonstrate that in a moment of trial, the Jews had once again proven their loyalty to Poland. Okay, I was just told that I have 5 minutes, and I'm only through half my talk, so I'll just summarize the rest of what I wanted to say. One, that the Einik Shabbos archive could only have existed because in the Warsaw Ghetto there is a great deal of social space. Unlike the Lodz Ghetto, which was heavily regimented, the Warsaw Ghetto was loosely controlled. There were more than 1,200 house committees, and these house committees, the Alein Hilf, the self-help, the refugee centers, the soup kitchens, all of this enabled the archive to function. The workers of the archive were paid by the Alein Hilf. The information was gathered under the cover of Alein Hilf interviews and Alein Hilf activities. After the beginning of the Great Deportation, the archive continued its work, albeit in a very different atmosphere. It sent 4 reports to London, to the Polish government in exile, based on interviews with escapees from Chełmno and from Treblinka. The archive continued its work even after the uprising in March 1943. I want to end, and again, I've only said half of what I want to say, but I want to end by saying that when the first cache of the archive was found, David Graeber, one of the teenagers who helped bury the archive, wrote a little testament. And he said, "We want to scream the truth at the world, and I want to be alive to see the day this archive is found. And we will be the teachers and educators of the future." And Gustava Jarecka said, "I hope my writings are like a stone under history's wheel, a call to change the direction of history from barbarism towards decency, that when the archive is found, it will make such an impression that people will say, never again." The fact is that they would have been disappointed. For many decades, the archive was not really used, except here in Israel, to a lesser degree in Poland. There was the issue of language. There was the issue that Jewish collective memory wanted stories of heroism and martyrdom. They wanted stories of physical resistance. And as you know from that terrible account of Rochel Auerbach's testimony at the Eichmann trial, much less interest in soup kitchens and in cultural resistance, and who wanted to read about the Jewish police. But finally, we've come to the point where the true worth of the archive has been realized. It's been discovered, and many historians now, including many younger historians, are using its resources to great advantage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Sam, and I'm sorry for rushing you. We'll have more time in discussion, and I'll just say that I think that many scholars know about the archive thanks to your work. So you had a great part in making this archive known to so many people around the world, and I think we can all thank you for that. And I'll pass directly to our second speaker today, Dr. Suzanne Urban. Dr. Suzanne Urban has been the head of the Research and Information Center on Antisemitism Hessen, RIAS-Hessen, based at Philipps University of Marburg since 2022. She completed her doctorate in 2000 at the Moses Mendelssohn Center at the University of Potsdam, on the defense against anti-Semitism by the Zentralverein and its publishing house between 1893 and 1938. She worked in many places, and I'll just mention a few of them. The Jewish Museum in Frankfurt am Main. She was a fellow researcher in the International Institute of Holocaust Research at Yad Vashem. She worked there as a staff member at the International School of Holocaust Studies. She was the head of the Research Education Department at the International Tracing Service at Bad Olson. And I could go on and on, but I don't want to take too much of your time. Her research presentation and publication focus on displaced persons, survivors, testimonies, Jewish spaces, anti-Semitism, and more. She has published numerous articles and edited and co-edited many books, educational materials, and curated more than 12 exhibitions. With the book, My Only Document in the Number on My Hand, Testimonies of Survivors of Nazi Persecution in the International Tracing Service, she was a finalist of the Yad Vashem Book Prize for 2019. So, Suzanne, please.
Time is starting when I'm starting, so. Okay. So, first of all, I want to thank the organizers, dear Ronnie, Vera, Marianne, and Yasmin, and also Javi for the introduction. Thanks for having me here, and I appreciate it, and it is good to be now here in Israel. And as it was mentioned several times, October 7 is present and with us each and every minute. Regarding the International Tracing Service and its early years, we will have 4 short insights: the organizational history, the collections and search efforts, the projects and early testimonies in ITS, and a short summary. And I hope I will finish before I get the 5, 4, 2, 3, 1. First, the organizational history. The nucleus from which the ITS developed was the establishment of the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Organization, UNRWA, at the Washington White House on November 9, 1943. Confirmed by 44 nations on November 29, 1943, and adopted by the UN in 1945, UNRWA's core aims were registration, care, and repatriation of persons from UN member states who had been deported and or displaced. This included concentration camp prisoners or forced laborers. Included were also people who had voluntarily come to Germany or Austria with the retreating German troops during the war. They were registered as enemy DPs to distinguish them from victims of Nazi Germany. As early as 1943, the Allied had developed a system to search for missing civilians and clarifying fates. The Central Tracing Bureau, CTB, operated first under Directorate of UNRWA. Since February 1945, it was controlled by the headquarters of the Allied Expeditionary Forces, CHEF. After the war, UNRWA took over administration of CTB again. CTB operated first from Frankfurt and in 1946 was set up in Arolsen. It's like in the middle of Germany, but in the Cold War, it was like still in the American zone. Allied zone search offices operated on the ground. Numerous national search offices and Jewish organizations from all over Europe and overseas were also active. CTB coordinated, controlled, and centralized all information. The International Committee of the Red Cross, short ICRC, was excluded from this tracing, although it saw itself as an agency with huge expertise. The Allied instead seized German Red Cross offices and took over correspondence from them with and about German and Austrian Jews. All this was taken to CTB. ICRC and the German Red Cross had obviously not assisted Jews after 1933. The Allied differentiated DPs in various categories and left humanitarian work for German and Austrian nationals to other agencies. ITAs stated in a memorandum in the late 1940s that ICRC had overestimated its role as a humanitarian relief service. And to avoid ICRC, German agencies for victims of Nazi persecution were set up, directed by former persecutors, and they worked closely with CTB or later ITS. In 1948, the Child Search Branch, CSB, was established and incorporated in ITS in 1950. The Allied liberated thousands of unaccompanied minors from concentration camps and forced labor and found children in horrible facilities who had been taken away from their parents, mainly forced laborers. Around 30,000 children, above all from Poland, Czech, Ukraine, Slovenia, and Belarus, who met German racial criteria, were robbed, deported, re-educated, and handed over to German foster parents, or deported to camps when they finally did not fit or resisted the so-called Germanization. CSB worked on locating children reported missing, the identification and registration of unaccompanied children, and the search for their parents or other relatives. The active search was closed in 1951. Only upon inquiries it was started. And why? I will tell you. UNRWA was followed in June 1947 by the Geneva-based International Refugee Organization, IRO. In January 1948, CTB was renamed, finally, International Tracing Service. The Soviet Union was not active anymore in the ITS as the conflict with the Western powers escalated. And above all, it was a threat to survivors and DPs if the Soviet Union would have been able to search files for Soviet, Polish, and other nationals with information on their political work, etc. When IRO ended activities in 1951, the Allied High Commission for Germany took over ITS Directorate. Research projects, which I'll come to in a minute, were abruptly ended and, as mentioned, the Child Search Branch not active anymore. As West Germany's occupation status ended, the Bonn Agreements were in 1955 adopted. They defined ITS as an organization of international character, placed it mainly by wish of Germany under the management of the ICRC, and set up the International Commission as a controlling body, enclosing 10, after the fall of communism, 11 countries. With 1955, the staff structure changed roughly. During the first 5 to 10 years of ITS history, many people employed there were victims of persecution themselves or had lost relatives, so empathy was common. After 1955, it was mainly German nationals employed in ITS, with only few Belgian, French, or Italian nationals. After 1953, ITS got also into focus for West German compensation regulations, so lawyers, authorities, and institutions turned to our roles and requests for compensation proceedings exceeded searching requests. Albert de Cocatry, since 1955 deputy director, headed ITS from 1907 to 1977. He tried to position ITS at the side of Victims Association, but his successors, Philipp Züger and Charles-Claude Biedermann, gradually closed the archive for public and research and produced, the latter by will, a backlog of hundreds of thousands of inquiries and delays in responses. Answers sometimes took more than 5 years to reach people, and some information, for example, on medical experiments on a victim, were never included. ITS processes were now a bureaucratic act, and empathy with individuals was at zero. Biedermann was dismissed in 2007, but there were much more responsible. It was Paul Shapiro from the Holocaust Museum in Washington who ultimately brought about the opening of the archive with his very public pressure. ICRC left ITS in 2012 owing to a new agreement, its opening and reorientation towards remembrance, education and digitization. In 2013, ITS was added to the UNESCO Memory of the World Register and in 2019 renamed as Arolsen Archives. Part 2, the collections and how to search people. After liberation, former Dachau prisoners established the International Information Office, IIO, to support survivors by issuing certificates of imprisonment to apply for food and welfare. IIO compiled also lists of those murdered, which was helpful for tracing purposes of the Central Tracing Bureau. To avoid parallel services, IIO emerged with UNRWA Team 306 in late 1945, and therefore all documents went to the Central Tracing Bureau. The American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee after 1945 maintained search offices throughout Europe and was active in collecting documents. And it worked closely also with the Central Tracing Bureau. Tracing efforts involved several steps: search for information in documents from camps, from state and municipal offices, active field search in places of detention and persecution, and exchange with authorities and other search agencies. If there were no clues to the fate of a person, CTB initiated mass tracing. Lists of missing people were published through national and international media, NDP camps, and radio broadcasts. Parallel to all these efforts, the Central Name Index was set up. Today it contains 50 million cards covering 17.5 million individuals. There are inquiry cards and reference cards. An inquiry card contains the last and first name, maiden name, some more information, birthplace, etc. And reference cards contain information taken from documents, for instance, from deportation lists. Sometimes 10 or 20 lists and documents with the name of one individual led to 15 to 20 reference cards in the Central Name Index. If an inquiry came in and there was already a card with information, this was a meeting of cards, and this meant clarifying a fate. The later ITS started own research projects because some atrocities were not mirrored in the documents. One project was named Attempted Identification of Unknown Dead, researching the death marches. It started in 1946 and was closed in 1951. The ITS project was finished at a point when 1,435 identifications of victims of death marches had already taken place. 1951 was the year when Directorate changed and Germany started to be involved more in ITS. Funds for historical research were nearly cancelled. The Death March project localized burial sites by reconstructing the routes of these marches and finally identified victims. ITS sent staff on field operations, searched burial sites and mass graves, questioned representatives in towns and villages such as mayors and clergy. They interviewed survivors and perpetrators, examined hospitals and burial records. In 1949, this project was already announced a main area of ITS work. The core department involved was the Documents, Intelligence and Information Unit. One outcome was the documentation Death March, Marche de la Mort, Routes and Distances, Volume 1 to 3. Until June 1950, reports on death marches from Buchenwald, Dachau, Dora Mittelbau, Flossenbürg, Natzweiler, Neuengamme, and Sachsenhausen concentration camps were reconstructed and mapped. Parallel to the work on the death marches, the intelligence section in 1948 started a directory of Nazi Germany's camps and ghettos, published as the Catalogue of Camps and Prisons in Germany and German-occupied territories, September 1st, 1939 to May 8, 1945. The first edition came out in July in 1949. Revised issues were published in 1950, 69, and 79. ITS then in 1949 drafted the Death March and Concentration Camp Questionnaire that was important for both projects. With this form, information was collected not only in camps, or less known, but questions were also asked about guards, evacuation, the type of forced labor, clothing, and prisoners' marking. Duration of the existence of the camp, the circumstances of liberation, and one aim was, as mentioned in the letter sent out together with the form, to, I quote, clarify ambiguities and to facilitate the issue of detention certificates. In addition, information gathered through the questionnaires was meant to be included into the work on the death marches and the catalogue on camps and prisons. The forms were sent out between late 1949 and early 1951. In the reprint of 1961, it was, in all editions mentioned, I quote, statement is an inmate testimony of former prisoners in post-war trials or their information to the International Tracing Service at the request of incarceration certificates. These statements were made almost exclusively from the years 1949 to 1951 before the introduction of the federal compensation law. Important footnote, the catalogue contained no information on ghettos despite Lodz and Theresienstadt. This was a crucial point regarding compensation policy, as the directory was for decades in ministries and other authorities a binding directive to decide on compensation inquiries. As a result, many camps were not incorporated in compensation up to the 2000s. So ITS was between 1946 and 1951 a contributor to the initial historiography of the Holocaust, forced labor, and Nazi persecution. Research emerged out of a need for context and knowledge to process the core aim, tracing and assisting survivors. Then ITS was disconnected not later than 1951, again from historiography, commemoration, and academic debates. By 1952, the ITS received hundreds of thousands of lists of foreign forced laborers from the then disbanded zone search offices. These documents formed the core of the Wartime Documents Department, supplemented by registration documents for foreign forced laborers from hundreds of companies and authorities. In the end of 1952, over 30 tons of Allied displaced person registration and care and maintenance documents arrived in Arolsen, by truck, as you see. The Post-War Documents Department was initiated. To date, ITS archive is divided into three major groups: documents from concentration camps and other places of detention, documents on forced laborers, and documents on displaced persons. But there were many more boxes and documents floating around when I worked there, not connected to any document group. And there is the collection with prisoners' possessions that was handed over to ITS in 1963 with 4,500 objects. ITS had no expertise in investigating them, and the personal effects of prisoners, male and female, were from Neuengamme, Gestapo Hamburg, Bergen-Belsen, Dachau, Natzweiler, Amersfoort, and Compagnie. ITS still held 2,900 effects in 2011 when my team started to work on their history and trying to connect as many objects as possible to individuals to find descendants to give these possessions back. Today, there are still 2,500 effects stored in ITS. And this is an important task to get back objects from beloved ones or family members one never met. On October 1946, there was an issue by ITS, Help Wanted. I quote, "One document, one piece of clothing, one pocketbook or letter may be the clue or missing link which will bring peace to minds now tortured by worry, uncertainty, and anxiety." There are several collections that embrace early testimonies in ITS, and often they are not at first sight narratives, but only forms. For instance, the military government questionnaire used in several liberated camps. They were designed for three tasks: to register the liberated individual, gather evidence of crimes, and connect the liberated person to relatives. One example, the German musician Theodor Laubinger, a Sinto. He was deported to Auschwitz and then to Buchenwald. He pointed out in the questionnaire that charges have never been brought against him. When asked if 3 people can testify for him, his answer was, all relatives are dead, Auschwitz. The total annihilation of a family is mirrored in one sentence. Jewish survivors who gave the reason for imprisonment as being Jewish were not asked for any proof of anti-Nazi attitude in the form, which was a tentative line to fill out. The death march and concentration camp questionnaire was either sent to UNRWA teams to DP camps or directly to survivors or their legal representatives when ITS got an inquiry regarding a certificate for compensation, emigration, or other legal purposes. ITS sent out about 7,000 questionnaires, and the 1950 annual report mentioned 1,067 responses. All in all, 1,200 answers reached the ITS. Due to the political situation around 1950, the ITS questionnaires contained very few statements of persecutees and deportees from Eastern Europe. If they were repatriated, they were excluded from compensation and therefore not addressed. Statements of non-Jewish politically persecuted or forced laborers from Western Europe are mainly to be found in folders like Ravensbrück, Sachsenhausen, Neuengamme. The documents resemble questionnaires by Jewish commissions in Poland and Hungary and historical commissions in displaced persons camps, about which I corresponded with Laura a lot. In 1950, ITS in the letter that was sent out with the form asked for names of the dead, relatives, camp inmates, because indexing names was a task of ITS. For the survivors, this was, as we see in the answers, an act of remembrance. The interest of ITS and the survivors differed fundamentally when comparing this with Jewish historical commissions and those they interviewed. ITS required facts for rational, mission-based reasons. For the survivors, this meant recollecting their suffering, loss, and grief. The statements or early testimonies from this collection reflect a huge diversity. Some forms were filled out factual, others have put the forms aside and wrote page after page, or filled out the form in a way far beyond what was asked in the questions. In all these different types of texts, various details can be explored. Evidence of trauma and loss, hope to find the beloved ones again, and the desire for justice or appeals that the atrocities shall never be forgotten. We can become aware of these nuances when we read the texts with open minds, knowledge, and open hearts to uncover subtexts of loss and trauma, sometimes in only one sentence. Another collection, more than 300,000 children were registered in the collection of the Child Search Branch, and more than 65,000 individual case files for children were created. Search files contain heartbreaking letters from relatives. Files in surviving children include often interviews. The CSB officers saw their work as such. I quote, "More children are to be interviewed, probably more than we expect, and that is our work, our job, a mighty, worthwhile job, for we feel we are saving children, we are doing our part in this marvelous work, rehabilitation." These files are important and unavoidable when working on children as victims of Nazi Germany between 1933 and 1945. My summary. I quote, "This is a service dedicated to millions of innocent victims of war, dictatorship and intolerance, and to their families. We serve the dead and the living, men and women, adults and children, Jews and Gentiles. We serve all nationalities, the Germans, the Czech, the Dutch, the Poles. We serve concentration camp victims, regardless whether they were social democrats, liberals, communists, or gypsies. We serve, period," said Hugh Elbert, the American director of ITS, who celebrated the agency's new headquarters with these words in August 1952. ITS has provided humanitarian aid and information services to individuals, governments, and institutions. We see in the history of ITS in its first years that the overall interest was to serve survivors and descendants and families of those murdered, deported, missing. For this, ITS also conducted historical research. Only later on, it served compensation and also prosecution of perpetrators through the files. We see that after genocide and/or crimes against humanity, one main task of building an archive must be tracing, clarifying fates, and assisting survivors and victims' families. We see that such an archive needs clear structures and must establish processual workflows to secure information, efficient and empathetic. We see that documents and testimonies are a main key to help and assist. ITS has nevertheless failed through bureaucratization after the 1970s, by not working with the personal objects, by taking Nazi language from documents into answers such as, I quote, "Your grandfather XXS was an asocial gypsy." ITS had failed with view to the ICRC governing body because it did not do what Elbot asked for, serving, period. ITS after 1955 was a pinball between a humanitarian mandate and a political agenda of Germany and other countries. An archive like ITS must represent the interests of those whose fates are documented there. This must be the guiding light because we research, we talk and write, we correspond with and about human beings murdered or having survived. Through adequate care for such collections, we safeguard the dignity of individuals and make the unbelievable more tangible. With such archives, we can reject disinformation, fake news, and IA-driven lies. Archives are an important counterbalance to narratives that seek to distort or deny genocides, the Shoah, and other crimes, and to ensure empathetic education. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Suzanne. And I must admit that on the one hand, the ITS is such an important collection. On the other hand, this is one of the collections, whenever I try to find something, I still need help just to understand my way and to understand what's going on. I'll just close here and open the screen for our last speaker. Opa. Okay. So our last speaker is Professor Laura Yokush, who is a little bit far away. Wait a second, I'll put this aside that it won't interrupt me. Professor Yokush is Associate Professor and holds the Albert Abrahamson Chair in Holocaust Studies at the Brandeis University. She wrote a book that was already cited a few times here, Collect and Record Jewish Holocaust Documentation in Early Post-War Europe, Oxford, 2012, and it was the winner of the National Jewish Book Award and a co-winner of the Sybil Milton Book Prize. She also edited the Churban Forschung documents on early Holocaust research in post-war Poland and co-edited with David Pendas Cambridge History of the Holocaust, Vol. 4, Outcomes, Aftermath, and Repercussions. Cambridge forthcoming. She also wrote with Gabriel Finder, Jewish Honor Coach, Revenge, Retribution, and Reconciliation in Europe and Israel After the Holocaust, as well as with Anders Kraft and Kim Wunschmann, Revenge, Retribution, Reconciliation, Justice, and Emotion Between Conflict and Meditation. Her current research explores Jewish conception of post-Holocaust justice, the trial of Stella Goldschalk, Aka Kubler-Jackson in post-war Germany, and revenge during and after the Holocaust. Laura will speak about chronicling catastrophe, Jewish Holocaust documentation in early post-war Europe. And since I cannot remind you, Laura, about the 20 minutes, not more than 25, please stick to that. Thank you very much.
You can just mute me after 25 minutes.
We will never do that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ravi, for this kind introduction. And I wish to thank Vera and Ronnie for inviting me, and Yasmin and Marianne for taking care of the organizational part. And I really wish to apologize that I cannot be there in person because of other obligations that I have at Brandeis in the coming days, so I couldn't fly back and forth. But I also want to say that I will be in Israel for the whole month of July. So I would be really happy if there could be any ongoing conversation on a more personal level afterwards. And of course, it's very difficult in this horrific time, and I have to speak with Yehuda Halevi, Libi b'Mizrach, Anochi b'Sof Ma'arav. So my heart is with you in Israel these days constantly. Let me share my screen. Can everybody hear me? It's okay. It's very strange because I don't see the audience, and I feel like I'm kind of speaking into a microwave. So I hope it's all good.
We can hear you and we see the PowerPoint.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and here's the audience.
For everybody. Okay, so I will begin by a quotation from Salman Gradowski, who wrote as a member of the Sonderkommando at Auschwitz-Birkenau on September 6, 1944, in a note attached to his manuscripts, which he buried underground. Dear finder, search everywhere, on every bit of land. Underneath are buried dozens of documents, mine and those written by others, which cast a light on all that happened here. Here we buried many teeth. We, the workers of the commando, deliberately spread these over the entire area, so the world could find tangible traces of the millions of murdered people. We ourselves have already lost all hope of surviving until the liberation. And Gradowski added, I write these words at a time of greatest danger and excitement. May the future judge us on the basis of my notes. May the world see in them at least a tiny segment of the tragic world in which we lived. Gradowski and other Sonderkommando chroniclers, like the Jews who collectively recorded the traumatic events they endured in clandestine ghetto archives, as we've heard from Sam about Oyneg Shabbos, or documented them individually in diaries, letters, testaments, artworks, and photographs, followed the same impulse. They knew that the Nazi perpetrators did not only destroy millions of human lives and their culture, but also sought to eliminate the witnesses, the evidence, and the memory of the crime itself. Whether individually or collectively, they sought to resist the Nazi genocidal plan by creating a record of the crimes and of its victims, and to ensure that the crime would be known to the world, the victims would be remembered, and the perpetrators would not also control the historical record and future memory of the crimes they had committed. Like Gradowski, most anticipated that they would not survive, but expected that the records they created would. This record, as the Polish Jewish writer Gustawa Jarecka wrote in fall 1942, reflecting on the Oyneg Shabbos archives in the Warsaw Ghetto, quote, must be hurled like a stone under history's wheel in order to stop it, end quote. We already have heard that before, but I nevertheless wanted to put these two together. Like Jarecka and Gradowski, who were murdered at Treblinka and Auschwitz, respectively, leaving their writings to posterity, Jewish survivors after the war sought to prevent the Nazi perpetrators from controlling the historical record and obliterating the memory of the Jewish catastrophe. Immediately after their liberation from Nazi rule and with the end of warfare, Jews across Europe founded historical commissions, documentation centers, and projects to chronicle and research the recent catastrophe. These survivors had barely emerged from trauma, loss, and destruction, and still found themselves living under materially and physically precarious conditions in countries devastated by war. They sought to establish the historical truth by documenting, testifying, writing, and publishing, and frantically collected every vestige from the past that they could get their hands on. Thousands of documents and photographs left behind by the Nazi perpetrators, along with diaries and letters from their Jewish victims, as well as artifacts and objects, songs, poems, and stories from an extinct Jewish world. By the end of the 1950s, they had also collected some 18,000 written testimonies and 8,000 questionnaires completed by survivors. They preserved these materials in archival repositories which have remained central to Holocaust research until today. These documentation projects also pioneered in publishing research guidelines, source editions, local and regional studies of ghettos and camps, memoirs, diaries, and historical periodicals. They conceptualized a field of research that has ultimately come to shape what we now call Holocaust studies, and by setting research agendas, drawing up methodologies, and compiling archival repositories. So in my remarks, I will focus on briefly outlining the phenomenon of historical commissions and documentation centers, and then discuss their motivations and goals, and analyze some of their research methods, and finally say something about their impact. But I will present only a short version of the paper. The details you can read. So to the phenomenon of historical commissions and documentation centers. Historical commissions and documentation centers projects were really a popular grassroots movement. And as the Polish Jewish historian and survivor Philip Friedman noted in October 1947, I'm not going to read the whole quote, but I want to call your attention to the line that documentation efforts were what is called a mighty social phenomenon. That was indeed a transnational phenomenon that stretched across 14 European countries, and here you can see a map. Initiatives emerged both separately as well as in parallel as parallel initiatives, as well as offshoots founded subsequently by individuals who migrated from one country to another in search for missing relatives and better living conditions. In France, a group of French and foreign-born Jews under the leadership of the Russian-born Jewish entrepreneur Isaac Schneerson established a small documentation center in April 1943 in Grenoble in the south of France. Anticipating that the war would soon end, they hoped that by collecting documents about the persecution and mass murder of the Jews of France, they would facilitate Jews' return to civic equality and provide them with evidence for material claims and legal redress. Schneerson then reconstituted the center in Paris in the fall of 1944 and renamed it Center of Contemporary Jewish Documentation, Centre de Documentation Juive Contemporaine, or CDJC for short. Schneerson and his 50 co-workers, among them the Russian-born lawyer and journalist Leon Polyakov, collected documents from Jewish organizations and government agencies and prepared monographs about the Holocaust in France. In Poland, for example, a handful of survivors founded a small historical commission at the end of August 1944 in Lublin, just 5 weeks after the city's liberation by the Red Army. They began to gather eyewitness accounts from survivors in and around Lublin, then the temporary capital of the Soviet-controlled Polish territory. 3 months later, At the end of December 1944, Philipp Friedman reorganized the commission under his direction and named it Central Jewish Commission, Historical Commission, Centralna Żydowska Komisja Historyczna, at the end of December. And in spring 1945, the commission moved to Lodz, from where it supervised 25 local branches. Friedman's closest collaborators included historians Josef Kermisch, Isaiah Trunk, Josef Wolf, Arthur Eisenbach, and the literary scholar Nachman Blumenthal and the writer Rachel Auerbach, who together with the lawyer Herr Schwasser had worked, as we've already heard from Sam, for Emanuel Ringelblum. Most of the commission's 70 employees had survived in hiding in Poland, although some had spent the war in the Soviet Union. They collected documents that the Germans had left behind when escaping the Soviet advances, along with survivor testimony, diaries, memoirs, and Jewish folklore artifacts and photographs while preparing these materials for publication. Some of these co-workers of the commission in Łódź left Poland and founded commissions elsewhere in Austria, Germany, Italy, and Sweden. For example, the Polish-born accountant Moshe Josef Feigenbaum and the teacher Shmuel Glube, who settled in the US zone of Allied-occupied Germany in late November 1945, founded the Central Historical Commission in Munich, together with the Lithuanian-born journalist and history teacher Israel Kaplan. The 80 survivors employed in the Commission's 50 branches were Jews of mostly East European backgrounds who belonged to the 250 or so Jewish displaced persons, DPs, who temporarily lived in Allied-occupied Germany in the first 5 years after the war. In the meantime, as they were hoping to immigrate, they compiled an archive of German documents on the Nazi mass murder of European Jews and testimonies from its survivors, like the commission workers themselves. They were temporarily stranded from people who, like the commission workers themselves, were temporarily stranded in Allied-occupied Germany, waiting to rebuild their lives overseas. So although the commission activists in these 3 countries had very different conditions, and you can read more about this in the paper, I want to emphasize that the people who engaged in documentation work were across Europe were perhaps only as few as 2,000 people. They had diverse social and educational backgrounds, wartime experiences, and only a few were trained as scholars with a degree in history and literature. Most were lawyers, accountants, teachers, writers, journalists, engineers, physicians, and homemakers. Women played a central role. They made up more than half of the commission workers in some cases, and some held leadership positions, and most did the legwork of collecting material and recording testimony. And for the most part, we do not even know their names and biographies. No matter what their backgrounds and persecution experiences, they all shared a powerful urge to chronicle, document, and research the catastrophe. So what were their motivations and goals? The historical commissions and documentation projects had a diverse set of motivations. Above all, they sought to write the Churban into history, the destruction of European Jews into history, and prevent the perpetrators from controlling how this event would be written about. It was about establishing the facts and of exposing the truth of the Jewish tragedy, by placing the experiences of and responses of Jews at the center. So it was about preparing the grounds for future historical research by collecting archives. But it was also about commemorating the dead. By writing and testifying about those who had been murdered, commission activists created substitute gravestones, to use Jack Kugelmass and Jonathan Boyarin's term, for those whose burial places were unmarked and unknown. And that is the idea of an archive as a lieu de mémoire, or as an immaterial or memory, site of memory and paper memorial. They also sought to serve the quest for justice and help holding the perpetrators accountable in courts by assembling evidence against them. So an archive as a repository for evidence for future trials. For many, it was also a very personal attempt to rationalize their own survival and to find meaning in life after loved ones had been murdered and communities had been destroyed. Many phrased their engagement around a rhetoric of moral duty to bear witness for the sake of the dead and for future generations. And they conceived of their own survival not as having been entirely accidental, but in order to serve a purpose, the purpose to bear witness and to document. There were also many differences in the approaches of these and motivations of these different cases. You can read about this in the paper in greater detail. In terms of the methods and approaches, the research methods, I think it's very important to point out here that the focus was really on the experiences and responses of the victims, not the perpetrators, and that there was this sense among the commission members that not only that the history of the catastrophe could not be written by only looking at perpetrator documents, because, as they sensed, the Germans had destroyed their paper trail or parts of their paper trail at the end of the war, and what had survived was kind of accidental in terms of representing the crime. But not only that, even more so, they were aware that the Germans had used euphemisms and codes to camouflage the genocidal process, and so that in a way German documents were mendacious and that they misrepresented the experiences or not represented at all the experiences of the victims. So the idea was that we could not rely only on the perpetrators, because the perpetrators misrepresented their own roles, as well as they censored and lied about the behavior of the victims. But then the commission members also saw the dilemma that there was a lack of victim testimony, victim sources from real time. Many of these initiatives didn't know that how much had survived, obviously, in terms of Jewish sources from real time. They didn't know at the time that the Ringelblum archive could be recovered, and so there was this sense that there needs to be a creative approach to sources, and that sources need to be drawn from memory after the fact. There needs to be a focus on ego documents, on testimonies that are oral creations immediately after the events in a narrative form. And most of these commissions used very sophisticated questionnaires to really get at a broad representation of the events, not just the physical nature of violence, but also the socioeconomic and cultural impacts, or even psychological impacts of the persecution on the victims. How has the victim society changed as a result of the persecution, and how have victims responded to the persecution? But the commissions were also aware that that giving testimony and engaging in this research was a very painful process, and that some of the victims were reluctant to to talk about their experiences and to fill out a questionnaire or give a testimony. And for that reason, the historical commissions applied some moral pressure to urge survivors that they needed to fulfill their historic duty to either give documents to the archive or produce narratives about the recent catastrophe. And they used these posters that you can see here to urge people to give testimony. And they were quite successful when we look at the numbers of the material that they had collected. So over the course of 3 years, the Munich Commission gathered 2,500 testimonies and 6,000 questionnaires, while its counterpart in Łódź compiled 3,000 survivor accounts. And of course, they also had a creative understanding of what historical sources are, and they used what they called folklore materials, so songs, poems, legends, stories created in ghettos and camps, glossaries of ghetto and camp language as historical sources, and even songs. There was an initiative to record songs created in ghettos and camps in 1946. For example, in the Munich Commission recorded several dozens of camp and ghetto songs in a sound archive. Of course, there was a continuity of methods, and I don't have the time to go into this in detail. It's all in the longer paper. Of course, the commission members saw themselves as heirs of Simon Dubnow for having established an East European Jewish school of historiography that was dedicated to studying the social, cultural, and economic history of the Jewish community. They saw themselves very much as heirs of the YIVO Institute and other forms of interwar Polish Jewish historiography. They saw themselves in the tradition of Sammling, as Sam has already pointed out, and as a history that's written, or research that's written by the people for the people, and a communal project that used professionally trained scholars as well as quote unquote amateur Sammlers. Of course, they built on various models of previous responses to the experience of anti-Jewish violence. They saw them. They had a conscious reception of, for example, Chaim Nachman Bialik's mission to go to Kishinev after the Kishinev pogrom of 1903 to capture Jewish suffering in witness accounts. The same goes for other earlier attempts, which I cannot go into here in detail, but you have this in the longer paper. And of course, the hero then for many of these early post-war initiatives was Emanuel Ringelblum and Oinek Shabbos, and there were these concrete links between the surviving Oinek Shabbos members, Blume and Hersch Wasser and Rochel Auerbach, and the Jewish Historical Commission in Poland, and the retrieval of the materials, the first cache, as Sam has already said, in 1946 with the help of the Commission. Another important mission of these forms of early post-war documentation was to publicize the material immediately. And so we have this very lively publication activity in the first 5 years after the war. There's several dozens of different kinds of texts, of annotated documents, Nazi documents as well as Jewish documents, memoirs by survivors, wartime diaries, but also synthetic works on local Jewish communities as well as regional studies. glossaries of camp and ghetto language, child survivor testimonies, and historical periodicals as, for example, Von letzten Horen. I will move now to my last point in the interest of time, and that will be brief, the impact and legacy. Without going into detail what happened to these initiatives and how they became permanent research institutions or not, I wish to point out that I think it's fascinating that these approaches to studying the past really anticipated later trends that the academic study of the Holocaust would only adapt decades later. As the focus on social, economic, and cultural history, on Alltagsgeschichte, the history of everyday life of Jews under the Nazi regime, on local history, ethnic relations between Jews and their non-Jewish compatriots. For decades, academic Holocaust research focused on the perpetrators and their records at the expense of the voices of the victims. And these historical initiatives immediately after the war, in a way, already did what Saul Friedlander in the latter half of the 1990s called an integrated history. That is a comprehensive narrative of the Holocaust that wove together the perspectives of perpetrators and the attitudes of the surrounding society, as well as the experiences of the victims of the Jews who were affected by these policies, and focusing very much on the Jewish community. These initiatives already had a broad conception of Jewish resistance, not one that was just focusing on armed action, but on various forms of nonviolent action to strengthen victims and thwart the genocidal plan. And they did not shy away from addressing also complex and painful issues around how Nazi perpetrators had made Jews complicit in their community's destruction processes, for example, through Jewish councils, ghetto police, and prisoner functionaries. Moreover, they paid close attention to the ambiguous roles of local non-Jews as rescuers and victimizers of Jews, and often both. So I want to end with saying that these initiatives had a remarkable long-term view of what materials would be relevant for future research and what questions ought to be raised when researching as traumatic an event as the Holocaust. And these archival repositories have remained important for scholarship ever since, but it took decades, and that also connects to Sam's earlier point, until historians discovered them. And it's really fascinating to me that it took really the turn of historians and scholars of the Holocaust to the aftermath of the Holocaust and the early initiatives to rebuild after destruction, and to become aware of what had already been done in the immediate post-war period. And I think only this post-war turn, if you will, maybe 20 years ago, really enabled us to appreciate how much has been collected and recorded and archivized by survivors in the immediate post-war moment, building on these pre-war traditions and wartime traditions of Jewish documentation. And it also, and it's my last sentence, I promise, and it also, I think, is important to appreciate collecting, recording, testifying, and archivizing those materials is a very important post-traumatic response. And it's a precondition for a community that has suffered destruction and loss to rebuild. And I think that also makes it particularly relevant to our current moment. And with this, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Laura. And now we have more than a half an hour for a discussion, so we can open the floor for any comments, questions, addition, or anything else. The only thing is, since we need Laura to hear us as well as the audience at home, one will have to use a microphone, which we have here somewhere, right? Okay. So I guess that the best will be whoever wants to ask a question will have to come here. Do you want to, please? Or you can ask from there, it doesn't matter.
Thank you. This was such a great panel, and I feel like I learned so much. So I have all sorts of thoughts and questions, so I'm going to restrict myself just to two. One is for Sam and Laura, and then I'll ask Susanna. Sam, maybe you alluded to this. I was in and out of your paper because of phone calls. But I'm thinking about all of this comparatively, and in particular, in comparison to my own protagonists in that sense, which are African Americans coming out of slavery. And I mean, in that way, there's always this, there's so many similarities, and yet when it comes to commemoration and archiving, I'm always struck by the extent to which European Jews, despite the unprecedented destruction of people, there is still such a huge paper trail. Whereas in the aftermath of slavery, people are alive, but there is no paper. There is no documentation. And I'm wondering, Laura, when you were speaking about whether you can trust the archive created by the perpetrators, then I was thinking about the scholars of American slavery, Saidiya Hartman and the kind of her now school of followers who are basically arguing that the archive of slavery is useless because it only tells the story of slavery from the perspective of the enslavers. And I'm wondering whether, how do you work around that, whether you need to work around that at all when it comes to Jewish history and during the Holocaust period. And then B, I wanted to ask whether you think, when you think about this, when people in your field think about this comparatively, do other populations undergoing, I mean, nothing is quite like the Holocaust, but other populations have gone through deeply traumatic and devastating events in their histories. Do you see the same archival urge to document in real time, to leave a record for future generations? Is that something that comes from the kind of Jewish tradition of Zachor or whatnot, or is that kind of just a simplistic assumption on my part because I'm not a historian of Judaism? So I'd love to hear what you would think about this. And then Suzanne, if you could just tell us a little bit more about process. So what do you do in 1945 when you have a child who has no idea who he or she were before the war, and there's no documentation? So how did they actually go about it? And then how did you go about it in the early 21st century when you have something? I mean, what are these artifacts? And like, how do you even start to try and repatriate this kind of material remnants of prisoners? Thank you, and sorry for going on for so long.
Okay, that's a very good question. It's not easy to answer. Let me just begin by talking about voicelessness and recapturing voices that have been lost, which I think is part of your question, right? I think part of the historical project that was begun by Dubnov, but then added to and modified by Marxist historians such as Ringelblum and Mahler, and partly by Schipper, was this idea of bringing the voiceless into Jewish history. That is, that they alleged, we won't get into the details, they alleged that up to this point, as Schipper said,
we know the history of the Shabbos Jew, but we don't know the history of the Ried von Scherenheisen. We don't know the history of the Jew of the workbench. And Ringelblum and Mahler went on to say, we don't know the history of women, we don't know the history of the apprentices, we don't know the history of the poor, we don't know the history of the beggars. And so they created kind of Sammlung as a mass movement where the creation of archives was identical with and tantamount to the building of a new conception of Jewish identity, which was based not just on text and not just on what the wealthy and the elites did, but on what the entire people did. Now, the problem is that the ordinary people, especially women and apprentices and actors and beggars, were less likely to leave a paper trail. So the movement in the 1920s and 30s, Ringelblum was very active in that. The Landkenntnis movement, the YIVO, was encouraging ordinary Jews to start writing about themselves. Now that gets me into the second part of your question, and which is the interesting nexus between the YIVO and the African American experience. Max Weinreich was a Rockefeller Fellow at Yale, and Weinreich, of course, was asking himself, there's a whole generation of Polish Jewish youth who were growing up in Poland, going to Polish schools, being told by the Poles, you are less, you are not as good. Your culture is second rate, and you are second rate. But at the same time, Weinreich didn't believe that either Zionism or communism were going to be solutions. And so when he was at Yale, he was fascinated. What do African Americans do with their young people to give them some psychological wherewithal against Jim Crow? How do they shore up their psychological defenses? And he went to the black colleges. He studied what black educators were doing, and then he came up with this idea of the personal document, getting young people to write about their lives, the Youth Autobiographies Project. This is the 1930s, 1931, 1934, 1939. There was the Jungfrau Project, hundreds of youth autobiographies, which the Germans lovingly packed and sent to Germany before they murdered the scholars, and they were retrieved after the war. And then many have now been retrieved in Vilna. And this idea of the personal document was also taken over by Ringelblum and brought into the Onyx Shabbos. Now there's also the Jungtheater in Warsaw, which was considered by people like Hannes Schmeuch to have been the best real theater, the best Jewish theater in Poland, and they staged plays about the Scottsboro Boys. And so there was this interest in the African American experience kind of flowing over into the struggle of Polish Jewry to establish some kind of a psychological barrier. But archives, as I said in my paper, there's always this tension between scholarship as objective scholarship, let the chips fall where they may, and scholarship as we are creating a new secular Jewish identity. There's always a tension between that. And Ringelblum felt that tension. And this whole archival project, the Sammlung, the Landkenntnis, encouraging people in the shtetl of Hotzenplotz to get cameras and to do etchings of the cemetery and to go to Chanemerel Moshe Chaim's and collect jokes and curses and to send them to the YIVO. This was all part of this sense of building a new concept of what being Jewish was, by bringing in, by forcing the people, you might say, to leave records.
Thank you, Sam. Laura?
Yes, that's a great question. I have to say, somehow the microphones are breaking up. So I heard only 50% of what you said, Sam, unfortunately. But so I think this question is really fascinating to have more comparative study of how different victims that undergo political violence or oppression respond to that political violence. But I would really think that Zadia Hartmann's claim that American or the documents of American slavery are useless because they only represent the enslaver is a political and moral claim. But I think if you really want to understand historical complexity, you of course need to have the different layers, the different perspective put one on top of the other. And I think that is exactly what these Jewish documentation initiatives understood. They, of course, had a concern for the Jewish community and for putting Jewish experiences, different kinds of Jewish experiences by, as you just said, Sam, also different classes, different genders, different regions all together. But you cannot write the event only from the perspective of the victim either. You also need the perpetrators in the picture, or the bystanders, for lack of a better word. It needs to. So I think that's why I think this integrated history that was only made a term in the 1990s was actually already there. So they were not fundamentalist as in this approach that's just throw out everything that's not representing the victims. No, it was about putting these different perspectives together and gaining complexity by putting these different perspectives together. And I think that's really important. It's about nuance. It's about understanding the event better, not about who is morally more just or more entitled to own the past. And I think even like when we think about October 7th, right, when we are going to write the history of October 7th, we will need, in addition to the many eyewitness accounts of the victims, we will need to know what the Hamas perpetrators were doing from their own words, because it adds to the complexity of the event. We cannot just reconstruct an event from the perspective of the victims. I think it's missing an important part. And in terms of the, is there something that's specifically Jewish? I think when I wrote my book, my dissertation, I was very much kind of celebrating this Jewish cultural tradition of documentation, but I think I've become more universalist in the sense that I think other communities have very similar traditions, just that they spell out differently because they had different conditions. But I think that these Jewish documentarians were relying on some methodologies that had been developed because of that long history of persecution, and the sense that it's always about uncovering the truth, but also getting justice and having evidence that could be used in court while also commemorating the events. Then I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your question, for your two questions. You relied much more on the child search branch, so there were like several, I would say, types of children found unaccompanied. One was babies. They were mostly found in these so-called foreign children care facilities, which were not care facilities, but children died there. And those who survived there were claimed relatively fast by surviving mothers. So this was one point. The others who were liberated from camps. And then also was somehow like of assistance the perpetrators' registration. So they had numbers, they had where were they deported from Hungary or Poland or from where, and where were they before this camp. So this was somehow they could trace where the children were coming from. And then they were interviewed by these welfare officers who were not psychologists, never ever, but they had some methods if children were very close and they only say, yes, I'm from Hungary. They tried to speak in their native language with them. They tried to read them fairy tales. They sang them songs from children. So they tried to open them up to get really an interview, and this is mirrored in these files. And then they could be connected to surviving relatives. Most of these children and these child search branch files, if we focus on the Jewish children, had no relatives anymore, or only one father or an aunt, and they were somehow like matched or found because there were these matching of cards. It was most of the, if a parent or an aunt or a brother survived, they turned to some search facility and they tried to connect them. And the World Jewish Congress sent also lists out with inquiries from, example, US, Canada, South Africa, when people said, I had a family and I don't know where my sister and their children are, and so they connected them. And one example I have in my mind, a Greek Jewish woman wrote to the ITS and sent out the last photo she had with her baby daughter, like 3 or 4 years old. And she told the ITS that the father and her husband was deported together with her daughter, and she was absent when the deportation and the raid started. And she got an answer which I found very enthralling, because in comparison with later answers, it was an answer by an employee of ITS who was herself a survivor of Auschwitz. And she wrote, she didn't type because this is more bureaucratic. She wrote in handwriting a letter to this lady in Greek, and she told her, you know, I would love to give you some hope. I'm searching all our files. I'm searching again and again and again. And then after one page, she writes, you know, I was in Auschwitz. I would love to give you hope, but I think there is not so much hope. If you want to speak, just turn to me and we can correspond. And so this is something also you can find in these files. Question 2 was the artifacts, the effects. There were, or there are in ITS, like envelopes which were identified because they were given to ITS already in envelopes because they knew somehow who was the owner of this. But ITS never actively tried to find these people or their families. So this was easy because we only had to verify them and connected them with all the documents we found in the archive, which was sometimes very much. And then I found on the attic, this is really like a crime story, a wooden box. It was a wooden box, and it was original from Neuengamme, as we knew now. And it was full of where you keep your money in. I just lost the word. Wallets, yes. It was full of wallets. And so literally I put them all on my desk in my office and opened them all and tried to find something which connects to a person and a photo, a letter, whatever. And it was 900 of these wallets. And we were able to identify more of half of them. And it was, I think, the most important and most challenging work I ever done, because I was surrounded by 900 lives each and every day. And I opened it and I tried to leaf through it, but it was very private and it was sometimes very touching, or I found a wallet where it was, there stuck some ammunition in it, so it must be from a shooting. We found out it was in Amersfoort. And I found also a wallet from someone who had 6 different photos of young women in it, and then a photo of himself, a very handsome young man. And this was somehow like, these were really human beings. So it was like a womanizer and a Dutch policeman, a father of 3, and some women, etc. So it was, I think, good to give all these wallets a name and documents, and many of these wallets are now given back to families. So that's about this identification.
Thank you very much. Ronnie?
Hi. So I have one question to Laura and one to Susanna. Laura, can you hear me? Okay. So I wrote about the debates, surely know about the debate in Yad Vashem between the so-called the professional historians and the survivors. So if I'm using the title of Sam books, who will write our history, so the question is also about the professional historians. And my question is, and you know that the professional historians in Yad Vashem, they argue that those who are not historians should not write the history of the Holocaust and so on and so forth. And this was a really a huge debate. And what kind of history you are writing, or what kind of narratives you are writing about the Holocaust? Is going to be really a research? Do you need footnotes and so on and so forth? Or can you write something for the public? Because they wanted to publish as earlier as possible. And my question to you is, can we trace it back to the time of the first commissions? You can find this debate between those who were historians and those who weren't really historians, like Auerbach and others. And or maybe even we can see it in the ghetto, I'm not sure. You know, on Shabbat, can we see difference between professional historians and the others? And so this is a question to you, and to Susanna, I wanted to ask you, if everyone could approach the ITS, for example, if I wanted to know who survived from my community without giving names. I wanted to know who survived. For example, I'm looking for an answer. How did the prosecutors in Germany knew that people are living in Tel Aviv or living in New York? And I didn't find the answer for that, so maybe you'll give me the answer. Could you, I ask who survived from my community, who survived from the ghetto, who survived from the camps? This is one thing. And the other thing is that I thought about is that can I ask questions about people without saying why I'm interested in them? For example, if I want to know what happened to a policeman in the ghetto, because I wanted to find him and bring him to court, or a member of the Judenrat. Could I ask the ITS, well, tell me where this guy is hiding now? Not really to say where he is, but this was the meaning.
Laura, do you want to be the first?
Yeah, thank you, Ronnie. That's a really fascinating question. And of course, you explored this wonderfully in your book. And of course, this debate between like who is to write this history? Is it the professional or the trained, the people with a doctorate, or the people who with quote unquote only the experience? It was very much alive in the historical commissions as well. So, for example, Philip Friedman, in his writings about method, he also cautions against people who suffer from some kind of graphomania, as he called it, like people who just want to write kind of compulsively and don't analyze enough. And he was very prejudicial against some of the survivors who were not trained or not guided in what to write and how to write, etc. And so there is a certain arrogance. Yes, this is a project that's a communal project, but still the historians with a PhD or the people who had university training in general are the ones who will need to be the steering this project. So in a way, I think Friedman, who was very dismissive of Israel Kaplan and Moshe Yosef Feigenbaum, and they were not professionals, and they didn't really understand the craft in his perspective. I think he envisioned it more like, since this is an ISF sponsored conference, as like a grant there's a principal investigator, and the principal investigator says where it needs to go and what needs to be asked. But the people who do the legwork and who run around and collect the documents and who ask people and urge them to give a testimony, that can be done by the quote-unquote amateurs. I think that is just an example of the tension. They needed to work together, but that work was a process of negotiation for sure. And then, of course, there was the conflict with Yad Vashem. Should the material go to the future Jewish state, or should it stay in Europe? And of course, the French Commission said, of course, it should stay in France because this is where it belongs, etc. So there were a lot of political issues that were not just related to professionals or non-professionals, but also about where people saw the future. And it's a thorny issue, but I'll stop here.
Thank you. Sam.
Yeah, I just want to say something very quickly about the issue of historians, professional and non-professional. Of course, I have to remember that in pre-war Poland, the idea of a professional historian was a very relative concept. But it's interesting that Ringelblum's idea of historian's obligation was not just to teach and not just to write books, and they were very difficult to write in Poland, but a historian had to be a facilitator. A historian had to organize conferences. A historian had to put together bibliographies. A historian had to encourage amateurs to come together and write. Before, there were people who kind of badmouthed Ringelblum's historical talents, saying, "Oh, he couldn't compare it to Schipper or Mahler. He didn't have the theory," and so on. But a Schipper or a Balaban could never have organized the Onyx Shabbos. Right from the beginning, Ringelblum believed that one of the first tasks of a historian is to prepare material for other historians to write history. And that meant that the more amateurs, the better. Ringelblum liked amateurs. And there was Vilchinsky, of course, in the Onyx Shabbos. There was Avram Levin, who wrote about the Cantonists. But Ringelblum loved the idea of bringing others along. Shimon Huberbaum was an example. And the Onyx Shabbos was Ringelblum's baby. It was the continuation of the whole Yivo Lanket Nishetes. And I'm not sure Schipper or Balaban could have done the same thing.
And just to add on this, I think these questionnaires, that they were such detailed questionnaires, was exactly kind of the aid that the more professional historians would give to the quote-unquote amateur Sammlers to enable them to do that work in a good and productive way.
Yeah, Ronnie, thanks for your question. I would say, legend, ITS has only names. It was also somehow like, in my opinion, a sideway by the International Committee of the Red Cross to say, we don't have to open it. There is nothing in it for researchers. It's not interesting. And the second thing was always, we have the data protection for the victims. So it was kept closed. But if you go into the archive and let yourself go in this database, you can find many, many things without a name. There are many historical documents, which was called somehow like topical documents. It was very unarchival language. And if you know how to search, you find things about the ruling of the concentration camps. You found when was which concentration camp set up, who was there, bureaucracy behind this, etc. And if you want to research for prosecution, today it's like you can look for the name you search for. It's not a problem. There are no barriers anymore. The only files which are not yet open online are the tracing documents file. It's called TD files. These are set up if someone has an inquiry, and then you have this file. And it's interesting because if you search for someone and this is the someone or their families are asked, can I give the address to the person who is looking for you, whether an historian or whatever. So this could be a possibility. And to be very precise, when I worked there, I got many inquiries for the last trials in Germany. Is there anything in your files? And I knew that I cannot look for perpetrators' names because they were not, in their majority not in this central name index. But if you look for the files from the so-called Hygienic Institute in Auschwitz, you find all the signatures of the doctors, etc. So you can find many things, or you go to the concentration camp files which are important for this case, and you look at each and every file, who has signed it, who was responsible for what, and I found many things to help the prosecutors for these trials. So this is possible. And one last note, it's interesting that in the displaced persons files, you find people who were more on the perpetrator side because they reclaimed for themselves DP status, mostly from the Baltic states or Ukraine. And sometimes they have very strange lines there, like, what did you do between 1940 and 1944? It was like, I was in the woods and did nothing or so. And sometimes you really find them in the prosecution files afterwards, like in Australia or the US, etc. So I would suggest 90% for sure in this central name index are victims and survivors, etc. But there are some people who could not be claimed as victims or displaced persons at real. So this is also something to research, and this was also only a footnote to your question.
I was told that we must end at 4:30 exactly. Do we have time for another question, or should we end here? Vera, Ronnie? One last question? Okay, so I guess we will... yes, Vera?
It's not a question. It is not a question. I just wanted to thank Laura for joining us in very, very early time in Boston. Because in the beginning, we asked her to join us in 8:30. But
even 7:30.
Because our change to the summertime, it was
academic engagement at that
7:30.
hour.
It was 7:30, so thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you, Suzanne, and thank you, Sam.
And thank you, of course, as a participant for wonderful lectures and for wonderful discussion.
Thank you very
And
much.
thank you, Javi, for
Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye.
cousins in the north.
Oh, yeah. It's such a big city, it's like sprawling. I think I've seen like, yeah,
I love the museum.
yeah. There's
The
a,
art museum, I love the food.
there's a bunch of beautiful museums and, you know, when you have a kid and the winter is so brutal. And it's just, you know, that's what you go to a museum.
This is global.
No, I mean,
I remember when I was a kid, the winters
yeah,
were much worse.
yeah, it wasn't as bad here, but it was, there were like extreme events. But, I don't know, the minus Fahrenheit.
When I came to the States and I was living in I grew up in the Cape. All through the 50s, beginning in December, January, everybody skated down to Orleans in the parks. Every winter, the parks froze and you could skate.
Okay.
And there was cocoa. That hasn't happened in 15 years.
The first winter we were there, it was 2004, and you know, people were waiting there.
Jonathan Barayapo,
Okay, are we starting? אנחנו מתחילים?
דוקטור פלקו, בבקשה. אנחנו רק את מצגת?
כן.
אז אני חושבת שפשוט אחד אחד, כי אחרת כולם צריכים להיות במקום של המצגת. כי לא רואים את המצגת אם יושבים פה. עכשיו שם יותר טוב. כן.
אוקיי. אני בכל
זה הכי הגיוני, כן.
אז שאני אעמוד שם.
לא, לא, זה בסדר. Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to invite our first speaker, Noah Barak. She's a PhD candidate at the Tzvi Yavitz School of Historical Studies at Tel Aviv University. Her research interests include the history of national archives, collective memory, and public knowledge. Her dissertation focuses on the organizational history of the Israel State Archives, and now is also the co-founder of the Civil Archive of the October 7th War, dedicated to collecting and preserving Israeli public history related to the war. She has had a decade-long career in media and journalism, specializing in countering disinformation within Israeli public discourse. Currently, she's a visiting graduate student at the University of Chicago's History Department and the Greenberg Center for Jewish Studies.
אין לי מושג איך לעשות את זה. אוקיי. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's such a great pleasure to be part of this workshop and to learn about the really fascinating work you've all been doing. Thank you, Vera and Yael, for inviting me. Today I'm going to talk about the Israel State Archives and the narrative wars of the 1980s. 1978 marked a dramatic turning point in Israeli historiography. It was the first year of declassification of state records in the Israel State Archives. The mass opening of official records that were concealed by then under the 30 Years' Law led to a thorough historical revision that sparked a fierce and long debate over the Zionist national narrative. Seemingly a technical development, declassification was in fact a complex and involved archival process that completely changed the archive itself. This paper tells the story of this archive during the first decade of declassification in the 1980s, and it is part of my larger study into the long organizational history of the Israeli State Archives. Critical archival theory often portrays national archives as direct reflections of the state knowledge regime, products of interest and ideologies which serve in the creation of state power. While this type of analysis crucially highlights the role of archives as what Stoller calls technologies of rule, it neglects to consider the archive itself as an organization in its own right. My work instead centers on the internal dynamics of the archive. I'm particularly interested in the way in which archivists negotiated political pressure, how they understood the public functions of the archive, and what was the role of their professional identity. Asking these questions, I argue, can shed new light on the processes that shape the historical knowledge. In this paper, I explore one of the most politically charged chapters in the history of the state archives and examine the challenges that archivists have faced during this pivotal time. In addition, the paper analyzes the role the archive played within the historiographical debate and the ways it was utilized as a source of validation for contesting narratives. Considering both the archive's public function and its organizational life and uncovering the tension between them can provide a richer and a more comprehensive understanding of the forces that shaped it. The Israeli State Archive was founded in October 1949, just a few months after the 1948 Palestine War has ended and the Jewish state was established. Its main purpose was to house the records of the new Israeli state administration. It took a few years until it gained an official status. With the Archives Law of 1955, it was set as the National Archive and the supreme archival agency of the new state. Like many state institutions that emerged during the first decade of statehood, the establishment of the archive was marked by the struggles over the mamlachtiyut centralization process. After long debates regarding its administrative autonomy, a decision was made to put the archive under government control against the opinion of the opposition parties, especially Mapam members, who feared political intervention and the emerging trend of government's control over the historical material, as one of them, Moshe Erem, put it. In fact, the archive was incorporated within, the archive was incorporated as a unit within the Prime Minister's office and even shared its office space until the early 1990s when it finally moved to its own building. In early years, however, this dependency seemed natural. Since access to all state records was limited for at least 30 years, in the first 3 decades of its existence, the archive had a very limited historical function. Its archivists were mostly busy with catering to the bureaucratic needs of the state, routine tasks such as records management in government offices, and the retrieval of records needed for daily ministry work and judicial procedures. This all changed dramatically with the beginning of declassification in 1978. From a mostly closed-off administrative repository, the archive became virtually overnight into the central site for vocal negotiations over the shape of the Jewish national narrative. Although declassification was long anticipated, in 1978, when time came to start opening the first state records, the archivists were surprisingly unprepared. While the law made clear that records should be opened after 30 years, it didn't provide any guidelines of how this should be done. And the archivist had to create solutions along the way. A main issue that bothered them was whether records should be screened for sensitive materials before opening them, and if so, by whom. Among the troubling issues were the potential exposure of intelligence operations or contacts with Arab informants that could affect foreign relations and put the involved parties at risk. The legal authority to conceal such records was held by the chief archivist, but the chief archivist at the time, Avraham Alsberg, didn't think that he should be the judge of such dilemmas. And so he and his colleagues decided early on to defer to the government's judgment and have all records screened by the ministries that created them. Joshua Freundlich, one of the first archivists to work on declassification, later recounted their mindset at the time, stating that we opened the files with reverence and awe. It was a different era, and the fears were greater. There were many issues that we believed should not be exposed. Soon, this approach was also written into law. According to the archives law, concealing records for security reasons required the approval of the Supreme Archives Committee, an official advisory body representing all institutional and public archives in Israel. But sharing sensitive information with the committee members who lacked security clearance made both the government and the chief archivist very uneasy. And thus, in 1981, the law was amended and handed the approval authority to a special 3-ministers committee. In the early days of declassification then, the archivists, committed to the state's interest, shied away from the responsibility of deciding what could or could not be seen by the public. This mindset would gradually shift as the declassified records made their way to the public and political pressure on the archive increased. Israeli public first encountered these records through the collections of documents on the foreign policy of Israel, which the archive published periodically since 1979. These chunky volumes offered carefully selected records, annotated and contextualized by the editors. After decades of silence, everyone was hungry for new revelations about the state's past. And so these official foreign relation records began to make headlines in Israeli newspapers, linking historical events to current issues like the peace treaty with Egypt or the occupied territory. And this sensational headline from Olam Hazeh from 1981 captures the buzz around the collections. It reads, "The Altalena affair, the instructions for the occupation of the old city, the murder of Count Bernadotte, probing peace with Egypt," in the 48 archival documents released this week. This lively discourse about the past began to draw attention to the archive and its role in shaping the state's image. While the collections were closely supervised by the government, the unlimited access to the open records in the archive raised much anxiety within the administration. One notable case that illustrates this anxiety was the closure of the Minorities Ministry records in 1984. The ministry operated from 1948 to 1949 and handled all matters related to the Palestinian population in the country. By 1984, its records were supposed to be open, but the advisor on Arab affairs in the Prime Minister's office, who was now in charge of the records, decided to close them for security reasons. Unlike before, Chief Archivist Alsberg disagreed and doubted the advisor's motives. These records contain details about the expulsion of Palestinians by Israeli forces in 1948, and Alsberg admitted that they were, and I quote, "unpleasant to read," but he didn't think that it justified their concealment. And so Alsberg summoned the 3-ministers committee for the first time to ask for its approval to reopen the Minorities Ministry records. He argued that the records posed no threat since the events themselves were already publicly known from other sources. But the ministers were not persuaded and decided to keep the records closed. Alsberg, however, was not ready to give up. After the meeting, he declared that the chief archivist is not merely a state official. He also represents the public, and a chief archivist who fails to exercise his prerogative neglects his duty. This emphatic statement marked a shift in Alsberg's position. Just a few years before, he opted for the judgment of the ministers over his fellow archivists. Now, having his own professional judgment bluntly dismissed, he was determined to assume the role of an independent public servant. While archival matters rarely made news, the drama over these unpleasant records attracted substantial public attention. Historian Benny Morris was the first to report on the affair. He had served at the time as a Jerusalem Post reporter and was also one of the researchers who were asked to view the records. It is not surprising then that Morris's article was very supportive of Alsberg's cause. Morris wrote that the committee's decision halted a recent trend in the archive towards liberalizing access to sensitive state papers. The story was soon followed up by other newspapers with the same critical tone against the closure of the records. Journalist Bet Michael, for example, wondered in his Chadashot column what scared the advisor on Arab affairs so much. Why did he demand to close the records against the judgment of the chief archivist? This public attention, though, had little effect. After Alsberg reappealed, a special committee appointed by the Minister of Defense, known as the Sheffi Committee, decided to open only 80 out of over 300 of the minorities ministry record folders, which were later narrowed to 40. Alsberg's failed struggle seemed to have discouraged him, as a similar affair that began soon after took a very different turn. In 1984, while the Sheffi Committee was still deliberating, Morris asked to view another record, known as the Shapiro Report. It was a 1948 report about war crimes committed by Israeli soldiers during the war. Alsberg asked the Ministry of Justice to open the report. Again, he claimed he saw no security reason to conceal it. And again, his request was denied. But this time, he did not fight back. When the Sheffi Committee submitted its ruling in December 1985, he notified Morris that he will not pursue the Shapiro report any further, explaining that the criteria set by the committee does not allow me to open the material. Morris then took his fight to the Supreme Court. Just a year before, he was hailing Alsberg as a liberal archivist fighting for public access. Now he was fighting him in court, blaming the state archives of closing records out of concern for the state's reputation. Despite these unsettling accusations, Alsberg didn't budge. After being overruled twice, he felt his hands were tied. He recommended to the three ministers' committee to keep the Shapiro report closed since it was, and I quote, the same type of material as the minorities ministry records that were concealed. The committee, of course, accepted his recommendation and left Morris with no legal grounds to appeal. Alsberg's fight for the public interest and his setback right after uncovers his complex position as chief archivist. Initially leaning toward state interest, the increasing political pressure on the archive drove him to assume a more professional position. But as he tried to do so, he met with the archive's inherent subordination that eventually compelled him to accept the terms set by the government. By the end of the decade, the political pressure on the archive reached a new peak. Between 1987 and 1988, a group of young local scholars known as the New Historians published their debut books, which shook Zionist historiography to the core. Most notable were Benny Morris's book about the birth of the Palestinian refugee problem, Avi Schleim's book about the negotiation between Zionist leaders and King Abdallah, and Ilan Pappes' book about the involvement of Britain in the Arab-Israeli conflict. These new studies were all based on recently released records in the State Archive and other archives in Israel and abroad, and they offered a new and very critical analysis of the 1948 war. Mainly, they presented new evidence found in the official records for Israel's role in the mass expulsion of Palestinians and its reluctance to negotiate with Arab states after the war. This break with the conventional moralistic Zionist narrative, which was barely disputed in Israel before, ignited a heated public and academic debate that was commonly seen as a generational one. While the new historians saw their predecessors as court historians serving the Zionist project, the old historians accused them back of being biased by their own political views and opposition to Zionist ideology. As a main provider of sources for the historical revision, the archive had a significant role in the debate. As Israeli historians negotiated the national narrative, the arguments of both sides orbited around the archive as the main authority for validating historical claims. This dynamic is clearly visible when reviewing the polemical exchanges which often took place over the pages of Israeli popular newspapers. In lengthy articles, senior historians like Shabtai Tevet attempted to discredit the new historians' main arguments by revising their archival sources. The new historians, in turn, responded by showcasing their comprehensive archival research and attacking their critics' weak basis of sources. One example that illustrates this well was the argument between Morris and Tevet about the question of expulsion. In his book, Morris refuted a commonly held claim that the Palestinians were encouraged to flee by their leaders during the 1948 war. Instead, Morris presented evidence of other causes for the Palestinians' displacement, including intentional acts of expulsion by Israeli forces. Tevet rejected this new explanation, and in an article in Haaretz in 1989, he accused Morris that, for the sake of myth-busting, he selectively present reports that support his claim while completely ignoring others that may contradict it. Morris replied with the same coin, stating that against his own abundance of records, Tevet offers only one quote from a single document, which is not enough to establish a whole historical theory. Another striking example of how the archive served as a polemical focal point was the clash between the new historians and the Israeli Mizrachanim, the local Orientalists, over standards of evidence in historical research. The exchange between Morris and the renowned Orientalist Emmanuel Sivan in Yediot Achronot in 1991 epitomizes this clash. Sivan claimed that a central weakness of Morris's book was its reliance on official records from Israeli and Western archives, and the stark absence of Arab sources. Other prominent Orientalists at the time, including Avraham Sela and Itamar Rabinovich, voiced similar arguments. While Sivan acknowledged the lack of access to Arab state archives, he suggested that oral sources or memoirs would have provided a much richer picture than the book presents. Morris dismissed that idea, claiming his book that was based on a thorough archival research does not require support from such sources that are incomparable to the richness of the Israeli and other archives. Sivan insisted that it was impossible to study the conflict, and I quote, without the testimonies left by the other side in his own language. And he angrily concluded that the monopoly on truth does not reside in the archives. The fact that traditional Orientalists question the validity of Orthodox archival research is quite surprising. After all, the profession was rooted in similar practices. It's even more surprising that their claims echoed contemporary critical trends in post-colonial research, which these Israeli Orientalists by no means represented. Morris suggested that their critique was not principled, but rather a defensive reaction to the fact that a non-Orientalist such as himself had written a history of their region, undermining their expert authority. But for Morris, a brazen young scholar who had shaken long-standing historical truth, the State Archive was the ultimate authority and a source of personal legitimation. And so as these two generations of scholars competed over their expertise, the archive itself emerged as a major battleground, serving the needs of both sides in the narrative wars. In a sharp contrast to this powerful position, the material state of the archive was increasingly deteriorating. It suffered a chronic lack of funds for its basic needs, and its storage houses were so poorly maintained that leaks and floods repeatedly damaged the records. In 1988, Alsberg warned Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir of the collapse of the archive's services and desperately pleaded for his help. A special reporter a year later alerted that without an immediate budget increase, all the archive's activities could halt within the next month. But the pleas and warnings were ignored. Government neglect of the archive was nothing new, and as we learned from the current chief archivist, it's ongoing. But it was felt much stronger during the 1980s, when the archive workload expanded dramatically. It was mainly the result of a severe financial crisis that affected all the public sector. Yet neglect was both the ultimate manifestation of the archive's dependence on the government and a leverage to ensure it was kept under tight political control. At the turn of the decade, against the backdrop of the historiographical earthquake, this control became ever tighter. While Shamir disregarded the desperate needs of the archive, he nonetheless had his eyes on its administration. And in 1989, when Alsberg retired after 20 years, he recommended to appoint in his place his longtime deputy Moshe Mosek, but Yitzhak Shamir, to his surprise, decided to appoint someone else, Reuven Yaron, who was a law professor at the Hebrew University and former director of the National Library, who was also a member of the Likud ruling party. Alsberg reluctantly endorsed this appointment, and he had to convince the Supreme Archives Committee, which the Prime Minister was obliged to consult. The members of the committee were outraged by political intervention and the fact that professional standards did not lead the Prime Minister's main consideration. but Augsburg eventually persuaded them. However, Yaron resigned in 1992 when the new Avodah government took office. Again, the archivist rallied around Mosek, but it soon became clear that political appointments have taken root. When Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin decided to appoint Aviatar Frizel, a Jewish history professor at the Hebrew University, as the new chief archivist. This time, the members of the archive committee were furious. Not only their candidate was pushed aside again, but the appointment was approved before they were even consulted. They unanimously rejected the appointment, bemoaning their diminished professional status. "We are expected to be nothing but a rubber stamp," one member exclaimed, and another urged to break the habit of political appointment in the State Archive. After decades of being embedded in government work, as the archive became increasingly politicized, its archivists gradually discovered their distinct organizational identity. However, their professional agenda was constantly undermined as the state kept the archive in a subservient position. In this sense, the story does show how the state interests have shaped the archive and its policies. But at the same time, the archive was not a mere reflection of these interests. The way the archivists negotiated the political pressure and how they came to think of themselves in the process sheds a new light on the complex ways in which archives engage with state power and the role they play in shaping the politics of knowledge in modern nation states. Sorry.
Okay, so our next speaker is Professor Gribetz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Just a minute. Okay, I stopped share,
okay.
so now you can do it.
Okay.
And while you do it, I will present you. So Jonathan Gribetz is Associate Professor in the Department of Near Eastern Studies and the Program for Judaic Studies at Princeton University, where he directs the Institute for the Trans-Regional Study of the Contemporary Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia. His latest book, Reading Herzl in Beirut, The PLO Effort to Know the Enemy, will be published next month by Princeton University Press.
Thank you so much. Sorry, just trying to figure out how to share the screen here. Give me one moment, please.
Sure.
Okay, let's try this again. Okay. Here we go. I think I got it. Okay, can you see that?
Yeah, yes, we
Okay,
can.
good.
Okay,
Forgive
go ahead.
forgive the delay. Good evening or good morning, wherever you are. First, I would like to thank the workshop conveners, Yael, Vera, Yasmin, Ma'ayan, for inviting me to participate in this workshop and for permitting me to do so from my home in New York. It's an honor to be a part of this intellectual community, and I've been learning so much from the presentations. Second, I wish to thank Professor Orit Rosine, the chair of this panel. Orit is an exemplary historian and a model colleague, and so it's a particular privilege for me to join her along with Noah and Yaakov this evening. Okay, let me just make sure the slides change. Okay, did it change? Yes. Yes, okay, great.
Yeah.
As Orit mentioned, I just finished a book about the Palestine Liberation Organization Research Center in Beirut. The center was established by the PLO in 1965, just a few months after the PLO itself had been founded on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem in 1964. In my book, I try to address a series of questions, such as why did the PLO create a research center? Who was involved? What sorts of questions and topics did the center research? What was the goal of the research? And what was the ultimate result of the work done at the research center between its founding in 1965 and its ultimate expulsion from Beirut in 1983? I won't have time to discuss any of these questions today, but if you're interested in them, I hope you'll consider reading the book when it comes out next month. As you see here, it's called Reading Herzl in Beirut, the PLO Effort to Know the Enemy. This evening, my focus is on a different set of questions concerning archives, and I will enumerate these questions in just a moment. But first, some historical background. In mid-September 1982, when Israeli forces invaded West Beirut, Lebanese Christian phalangist gunmen infamously entered the Palestinian refugee camps at Sabra and Shatila, and while Israeli military forces looked on, the phalangists slaughtered at least 700 and perhaps more than double that number of Palestinian civilians. This part of the story is well known, no doubt, to most in the room. Less well known is that at the very moment when the phalangists were massacring Palestinians in Sabra and Shatila, members of the Golani Brigade located and stormed the PLO Research Center building on Kolombani Street in West Beirut. Under their commander, Baruch Spiegel, they immediately radioed to their colleagues in the intelligence unit called Amshat, Isuf Mismachim Veshalal Techni, gathering documents and technical spoils. That was the name of the unit. And in short order, the IDF seized everything they found in the building, loading the items into trucks that drove them south to Israel. That Israeli forces seized everything they found in the PLO Research Center is a matter of consensus. Why would they do so? At the time, some presented the confiscation as part of a systematic Israeli effort. Hold on a second, should I move this? Here we go. To seize everything connected to the PLO. So here you see journalist Trudy Rubin of the Christian Science Monitor writing on September 24th, 1982, that Israel is also collecting arms from caches left by PLO and Lebanese leftists throughout Beirut. Rubin wrote, Israeli soldiers with trucks and flatbeds can be seen collecting boxes of ammunition and heavy weapons from schools, apartments, and mosque basements where they were stored. According to Rubin, scores of trucks deliver loads of these items, loads of these arms to Israel daily. As part of the same process, Israeli soldiers can be seen, she writes, searching for documents, carting out books, archives, and manuscripts from the PLO's Palestinian Research Center, according to reliable Lebanese sources. Other observers saw the Israeli action as part of a different pattern, simply widespread looting by Israeli soldiers during the invasion of West Beirut. Jewelry, radios, television sets, clocks, cigarette lighters, surgical equipment, antique Syrian pots, and more were missing from homes and offices that had been searched by Israelis. Cars and trucks were allegedly placed on flatbed trucks and seen heading south toward Israel. So too, the archive and library of the PLO Research Center. In this latter narrative, the seizure of the PLO Research Center was a theft for the sake of theft, on par with other acts of vandalism and wanton destruction. Among the first to ascribe a deeper symbolic meaning to the seizure of the PLO Research Center was Columbia University English professor and Palestinian advocate Edward Said. In a September 29, 1982 New York Times op-ed, part of which you see here, titled Purifying, Israelis called it, Said argued that the Sabra and Shatila massacres were part of a larger pattern of hostility, which included not only the killings, but an assault on Palestinian culture. Underlying Israel's attack on the PLO in Lebanon was Israel's intention, quote, to destroy the fabric of a displaced nation. Said noted that while physical violence against Palestinians was widely known, what is not sufficiently reported is he wrote, the cultural extension of this. Israeli army units have been entering Palestinian research institutions, libraries, and homes in West Beirut, either to remove or destroy the cultural artifacts of Palestinian society. Prime evidence of this attempt at cultural erasure, as Said saw it, was Israel's decision to invade the PLO Research Center, which Said described as an, quote, official repository of Palestinian history, contemporary and past. The research center was, quote, empty of its contents and destroyed, he wrote. Along with its seizure of other private Palestinian libraries, the destruction of the PLO Research Center, quote, can only have been designed to leave the Palestinian people destitute of its history. Now here's the question for this evening. Was the PLO Research Center, quote, an official repository of Palestinian history, contemporary and past, as Edward Said asserted in 1982? What exactly was the nature of the materials that the Israeli forces seized from the PLO Research Center building and shipped to Israel? And this is where the story gets complicated. Just 2 days after Said decried the confiscation in his op-ed, the New York Times published a full article on the seizure of the center. The piece was titled, "Israelis Looted Archives of PLO," officials say. Said's symbolic interpretation of the incident was echoed in the article by Sabri Jirius, whom you see on the left, the director of the center. Quote, "They have plundered our Palestinian cultural heritage," Jirius said. Once a symbolic view of the confiscation of the research center's library was articulated, this seizure in the midst of Israel's invasion became a matter of concern for those committed to preserving threatened cultural heritages. The affair was thus referred to UNESCO. The executive board of UNESCO was meeting in Paris during the same period from September 8th through October 7th, and in the report from this session, issued just a few weeks later, the executive board noted that it had learned of the following. The Israeli army has seized and taken with it archives and documents of every kind concerning Palestinian history and culture, including cultural articles belonging to those institutions, in particular the Palestinian Research Center, archives, documents, and materials such as film documents, literary works by major authors, paintings, works of art, works of folklore, research works, etc., serving as a foundation of the history, cultural, national awareness, unity, and solidarity of the Palestinian people, end quote. These, quote, acts of destruction and plunder, in the view of the UNESCO board, quote, constitute serious violations of the human rights defined by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UNESCO's constitution, and all other relevant international instruments concerning, in particular, the right to education and the right to cultural identity in all its forms, end quote. The UNESCO officials regarded Israel's seizure of the PLO Research Center as a, quote, deplorable act of violence against the educational and cultural values of the Palestinian people. At a plenary meeting of UNESCO in early November, the following month, 1982, Israel's representative to the international organization, Hadassah Benito, concluded with a word about, this is, quote, a word about the Research Institute of Palestinian Studies, which we have been accused of having plundered. Some have referred to it here as an, quote, institute for humanistic studies. Benito insisted that this was a gross mischaracterization of the PLO Research Center. In fact, she contended, quote, there is no time to list all the material inciting to violence and preaching the destruction of Israel, which was found in the institute, end quote. Despite the presence of this violent, provocative material in the research center, she told her fellow delegates that she had been authorized by her government to inform them, quote, that in due course, the research material will be placed at the disposal of the legitimate government of Lebanon, in whose capital it was found. It would be returned, in other words, to Lebanon, not to the PLO. That's what Benito said. The international press and UNESCO were just two of the theaters where pressure was placed on Israel to justify its seizure of the PLO Research Center. Israel's ambassadors abroad also felt this burden and turned to the Israeli Foreign Ministry for instructions on how to respond. On October 14th, 1982, the Foreign Ministry's legal advisor, Eliakim Rubinstein, wrote a classified memo to the ministry's director general. In the memo, Rubinstein explained that, quote, based on what I have heard, the IDF captured in Beirut, among other things, a library and archive of the Center for Palestine Studies of the PLO. This library, quote, contains, according to what I understand, quote, many books and archival materials, mainly old. Rubinstein was aware that military intelligence had produced a report about the contents of the library and archive, but he apparently had not yet seen this report. It appears that it would be worthwhile, he wrote in what reads as a rather strange understatement, to obtain from military intelligence sources the report that describes the content of the material. Despite not having seen the report, Rubinstein offered the reader the following advice about how to respond to, quote, claims that we have captured Palestinian, quote, cultural material, etc. It appears that the, quote, center was a unit of the PLO, and not only this, but also that as far as is known, PLO diplomatic immunities were granted to its people. Moreover, it is possible that within the material, elements that are not merely research literature will be found, but rather also material about the center's intelligence and or subversion activity, though probably most of the material in these fields was removed or destroyed, he wrote. The fact that this research center was under the PLO umbrella was sufficiently incriminating. That the center's staff received diplomatic immunity represented further evidence of the center's pernicious purposes for Rubinstein. He closed the memo by noting that, quote, it would be worthwhile to check which other archives were captured and if there is material that could interest us, end quote. Soon, American archivists began to raise concern. On October 20th, 1982, a couple of weeks after the UNESCO meeting ended, the Society of American Archivists held its annual business meeting in Boston. The final resolution that the SAA considered was called on the Israeli government to preserve intact the records of the Palestine Liberation Organization's research center, Beirut, which were removed by Israeli troops in late September. In addition, the resolution urged, quote, the government of Israel to make the records accessible on an impartial basis and to repatriate the collection to the original creators or their legally designated successor organization as soon as possible. And these were pressures that were placed precisely on the man we just learned about, Paul or Avraham Alsberg. The group decided to refer the resolution to the International Archival Affairs Committee of the SAA, which then was divided over what action would be appropriate, given that this was not an American or domestic matter, but that of intervening in the diplomatic sphere. And so they then sent it off to the International Council on Archives, the ICA, for it to be involved, hoping that it would be able to help. The international pressure mounted. On November 12, 1982, Israel's ambassador to Sweden wrote a memo to the foreign ministry's legal advisor about a discussion in the Swedish parliament in which it was stated, quote, thousands of books, the entire microfilm and document archive in the Institute and other inventories of value were brought away according to unanimous information by Israeli soldiers. On the contents and importance of this material, the foreign minister noted that it is, quote, said to be the biggest collection about the history of Palestine and thus, quote, an important part of the cultural heritage of the Palestinians and of great importance to their national identity. The conquest of the PLO Research Center's library and archive was turning out to be a public relations and diplomatic disaster for Israel at a time when the country was already facing severe criticism for the massacres of Palestinians that took place during its invasion of West Beirut. It was not until December, though, that a rebuttal of Edward Said's conception of the PLO Research Center as a benign repository of Palestinian cultural heritage appeared properly and full-throatedly in the Israeli press. On December 2nd, 1982, in the newspaper Ma'ariv, Israeli journalist Oded Granot published an article called Two Faces of the Palestinian Research Center in the capital of Lebanon, aiding the PLO in attacks and terrorism behind an academic cover in Beirut. The essence of Granot's article was that though the research center was a, quote, seemingly academic body of the Palestine Liberation Organization, in reality, in addition to its academic pursuits, the center served a secret, malicious, and decidedly violent agenda. For Israel's defenders, this became the line of argument. The PLO Research Center's academic work was a front for its true purpose, which was intelligence gathering for violent attacks against Israel. I'll briefly tell you a little bit more about the history of the Research Center before I get more to the question of the archives. The center was the victim of a bombing attack in February 1983, which was claimed by the Front for the Liberation of Lebanon from foreigners, which later historians tell us was associated with Israeli officials as well. And that led to, among other things, the death of several people who worked at the center, including Sabri Jurius's wife, as well as several bystanders, and basically put an end, or almost put an end, to the center's activities in Beirut, though shockingly didn't fully do so. The announcement of this attack, though, sparked debate still more in the American newspapers and American press and among American intellectuals. Here you see Cynthia Ozick, the famous American Jewish author, arguing that this was a leading PLO intelligence center, defending Israel for having taken what was there, and she then corresponded with one of the authors of another letter to the or op-ed in the New York Times, which said that that this was in fact just a research center that had been signed by one Don Peretz, and in private correspondence that was shared with me by a dear colleague and friend, Jeffrey Levin, Cynthia Ozick says this was no Brooklyn yeshiva, this was no Widener Library at Harvard, this was a terrorist hub. And she said, you, to Don Peretz, the political scientist, so much more sophisticated than I, see a library run by thugs and persist in calling the thugs librarians. When are you going to admit that Jurius is a terrorist? She wrote. This is, by the way, the book that Jeffrey Levin just published and strongly recommended. Ultimately, whether this was a terrorist hub, as Cynthia Ozick argued, or a research library and archive, as was argued by others, ultimately it was returned as part of a prisoner exchange, or at least most of it was, in November of 1983, when Israel released more than 4,000 Arab prisoners and sent many of them, hundreds of them, to Algeria, along with the PLO Research Center materials, or at least many of them that it had taken. Okay, so that's more or less the story of the PLO Research Center in its narrative. I want to now just go back to the question of what was in the Research Center, because as I've been making this case so far about what was there or what wasn't there, what people thought about it, we've been looking at Israeli and international sources, but what did Palestinian sources say about what was in these materials that were taken, if our question is, was this the Palestinian National Archive? Okay, so let's start with Sabri Jurius, the last Beirut-based director of the PLO Research Center. Here he writes in 1985 that the center does not have secrets. What have been described as documents are simply academic books available at many research institutes and centers, in addition to books found at any normal library throughout the world, including Israeli books. These number about 3,000 books dealing with the Zionist entity and society. The value of the book stems from the effort spent collecting these sources and from the fact that they're specialized in the Palestine problem. Even the documents do not contain any secrets pertaining either to the activities of the PLO or to the activities of friendly or adversary forces. They simply include valuable collections of old British, Ottoman, Israeli, and Arab documents pertaining to the Arab-Israeli conflict dating from the last several decades. These documents are purely for academic research aimed at writing the history of the Palestine problem and the Middle East. In addition, there are large collections of regular publications he wrote, such as newspapers and magazines pertaining to the Palestine question in some form or other. These are briefly the possessions of the Research Center. Now, to be clear, in the same interview, Jurius claimed that there were some, quote, rare and very valuable documents and, quote, sensitive information that he hid from the Israeli conquering forces and that he told me more than 30 years later were still not for disclosure. So I'm not entirely certain what Jurius meant when he said that there were no secrets in the center, but when I spoke to him in 2015, Jurius essentially repeated the above claim. That is, the Research Center, quote, had a classic academic library. There were no secrets, nothing of unique value that we lost, end quote. Later, he insisted that the center's collection, quote, would be very similar to the library of the Faculty of History in any university, and that, quote, if they give me some money now, I can create another one better than the original. It's a matter of economics only. From the writings of Jurius's predecessor, Ani Sayegh, that is the longtime director of the Research Center from 1966 until 1976, it is not clear that replacing what was taken from the center's archive was simply a matter of sufficient funding. In the 1984 Arabic Palestinian Encyclopedia entry, part of which you see here about the Research Center, presumably written by Ani Sayegh, who was the editor of the encyclopedia, the center's archive department was described as follows. It collects all published documents about the Palestine issue. It continuously strives to acquire unpublished documents and to sort them. This department follows what is published in 80 newspapers and periodicals in different languages and sorts the material by its particular field. It copies the acquisitions of its archive on microfilm and works to acquire historical documents that have been out of print for several years, including English and Hebrew documents. The department publishes a monthly volume that contains summaries of current events each month, arranged by topic, in order to make it easy to review it and to use it as a source of facts at any time. According to this account, the Research Center's archive consisted basically of published documents and newspapers and assorted unpublished documents that the staff would compile and copy to microfilm. In his memoirs published in 2006, Ani Sayegh offered additional details about the nature of the documents that the Research Center held in its library and archive. Assuming Sayegh's account is accurate, it would seem that the loss of these documents was more significant and, if permanent, more devastating to the historical record than Jurius suggested. According to Sayegh, the library contained a special section for documents that was rich in private papers and unpublished memoirs. These included the private papers of Frances Emily Newton, a British missionary who became an outspoken opponent of Zionism, a huge collection he wrote of the Criminal Investigation Department of the British Mandate, documents from the All-Palestine government established by the Arab League in 1948, papers of the Arab Liberation Army, quote, a large part of the papers of Haj Amin al-Husseini. In addition, Sayegh recounted the library held memoirs and papers of leading Palestinian figures such as Hussein Fakhri al-Khalidi, mayor of Jerusalem in the 1930s, Hannah Asfour, an executive committee member of the Palestine Arab Workers Society, Auni Abdel Hadi, a member of the Arab Higher Committee, and then of the All Palestine government, and others. By Sayegh estimation, files from tens of other leading figures, political parties, and groups. I know I'm almost out of time, so I'm going to try to go quickly here. Among the most important documents that the Research Center held, according to Sayegh, were the documents from the British Lands Department, which had been smuggled out of Palestine by Sami Hadawi, he wrote. Beyond these documents, Sayegh wrote, there were, quote, thousands of other files, all pertaining to Palestinian-Israeli matters. You see there, Israeli is in quotation marks. He had a penchant for putting Israel in quotation marks, all properly indexed and cataloged. These files, under the supervision of a researcher, came from, quote, over 100 press or official sources, and Arab and foreign. Yet another section of documents held in the Research Center beginning in the 1970s, according to Sayegh, was a special collection of sources related to Palestinian resistance and its factions. He said not even the groups themselves, these factions, had complete collections of their own papers, and from time to time groups would request a publication or leaflet that they had lost from the Research Center. So given this extensive collection of historical and organizational files, according to Sayegh, that were in the Research Center, along with the Research Center's own publications, archivist and scholar Dr. Hannah Sleiman argued that, quote, the center's archive did in fact serve as an official archive of the Palestinian national movement for the years 1964 to 1982, end quote. While it was, quote, not produced by a state bureaucracy, Sleiman wrote, the PLO Research Center, quote, collected the documents, this archive collected the documents produced by the factions of the contemporary liberation movement and the documents of past administrations and figures relating to modern Palestinian history. It thus constitutes, she argues, an integral part of the PNM's, the Palestinian National Movement's archive. Jurius, however, denied that the PLO Research Center served as an archive of the PLO and the movement. He said to me before he read Sleiman's article, the Israelis thought, and up to now, some of their ignorant people still say, that the PLO Research Center archive was the PLO archive. In fact, it has never been the PLO archive, he said. The idea of a PLO archive was unimaginable, he argued. The PLO never centralized its archives, he said. It would never put it in one single place because of security. That would be a danger. Rather, Jurius insisted every department, every organization, every corner here and there, he said, had their own archive by themselves. It appears that the PLO Research Center's archive, such as it was not a, quote, PLO archive in the sense of an archive of all internal PLO documents and correspondence from the organization's various divisions. But after reading Sleiman's article, Jurius reiterated that the Research Center had, quote, never been an archive medium of the PLO, never, he said. We did not receive or keep any single document from any PLO department or institute, as each was keeping its own archives. What we had, he said, was simply a research library similar to those found in any university department. I'll conclude just by saying that I suppose the difference between Sayegh's and Jurius's descriptions of the Research Center archive could be explained by their having followed different collecting practices during their respective periods of leadership of the center. But it seems to me more likely that the issue comes down to the definition of archive that each is using. If one defines an archive as a place to which internal, unpublished organizational documents, secrets as Jurius might put it, are regularly and systematically sent to be stored, the PLO Research Center may not have been the PLO's or even the Palestinian National Movement's archive. However, if the term is taken more loosely as referring to a place that, of its own accord, rather than by the policies of those producing the documents, tries to gather the official pamphlets, leaflets, and other publications of groups affiliated with a movement, then the PLO Research Center ought to be understood as at least a kind of archive of the PLO and of the national movement, and it certainly was an archive belonging to and focused on Palestinians. Now, where that archive is now, since its shipment to Algeria in November 1983, is a question for another day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. And our next speaker is Dr. Yaakov Falkov. He's an Israeli-Latvian historian. He received his PhD in military and intelligence history from Tel Aviv University. And while researching the intelligence activities of Soviet partisans and their reporting on the Holocaust, he was a visiting scholar at Oxford University, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and the World Holocaust Remembrance Center and Archive Yad Vashem. Dr. Falkov is the author and co-author of 3 books and numerous other publications on the Holocaust and the anti-Nazi resistance in Eastern Europe, as well as on the history and theory of Soviet and Eastern European partisans, diplomats, and spies. Dr. Falkov teaches at Tel Aviv University and the Reichman University in Israel and advises 2 Holocaust museums in Israel and Latvia.
Thank you very much for presenting me so nicely. Also, thank you. May I please put here and just to open my presentation? I have a presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay. No. So, yeah. Okay. Sure. No. This is not mine. So we have to open it. It is on the. Where? I would like, yeah. אנחנו צריכים להגיד איכשהו שולחן עבודה. ופה בינתיים זה איכשהו לא מסתדר.
תראי לי אורית.
In the meantime, I will say thank you very much to the organizers of this amazing event for having me here today. I should speak there? Okay, so I will tell this again. Yeah, in a second. I just wanted to shorten, Okay. So I will tell this again. No problem. Oh, okay. Here we are. Thank you very, very, very much. No, beforehand we have to watch it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, great. Okay, so thank you very much for helping me. And this one goes here and there. Okay, so here we are. So good evening again. Thank you very much, first of all, to the organizers of this great event, which is amazing. And it is a big challenge to talk that late and after so great speakers. So I'm here today not as a scholar who deals with archives. Actually, I'm here as an average historian, as a user of multiple archives around the world. And as it was already told here by my colleague, actually I went through many archives during the past 2 decades, looking for documents of the former Soviet intelligence agencies. And in the meantime, I've published a few books about the Soviet intelligence. One of them you can see here about it is only in Hebrew, unfortunately. It is about the Soviet partisan intelligence and its work during the Second World War, including its reporting on the Holocaust in the Soviet Union mostly. I've published a series of chapters and articles about the theory and operations of the Soviet intelligence. And right now, I'm in the middle of my research about the Soviet intelligence, the KGB and the military intelligence, and their reporting about the Holocaust both in the Soviet Union and also abroad in Europe. So here we are, and speaking about the archives of the former Soviet intelligence, actually, during the 70 years of their rule in the Soviet Union, the Soviets have built a vast empire, I would say, a vast system of archives. As you can see here, it had actually 3 big branches dealing with the intelligence information. First of all, the party archives. They had this unit which told or kept the information about the partisan movement and its intelligence during the Second World War, and it belonged to the party archives, not to the intelligence community, but especially to the party archives. And there I found it 20 years ago when I started to work with these kind of materials. And the 2 additional branches of the intelligence archives belonged to the KGB, the Committee for the State Security. There were 2 different types of archives. The first one of the foreign intelligence, and the second one for the rest, mostly for the internal affairs, which were dealt by the KGB. And the last one, the last type of the archives, belonged and still belongs to the military intelligence. And I said already, this was a very big system of archives going from the center in Moscow down to the Soviet republics. So you can see here there were Republican branches of all these archives, except for the military intelligence. I do not know until today whether they kept materials in the republics about the activities of the military intelligence there. But speaking about the party archives and speaking about the KGB archives, there were multiple local branches of these 2 types of archives, and they all of them kept a very rich materials about the intelligence activities supervised by the party and performed by the KGB. These materials actually served for the following 3 key purposes. First of all, for their own operational activities, many of them, different types of activities, from checking backgrounds, security backgrounds of various people, to for example, checking backgrounds of different operations, earlier old operations, and the second purpose was to make the classified internal research about the history, the entire history of these intelligence bodies, and also about the specific operations which were actually committed by those organizations. And you can see here, for example, one of many examples, the history of the Soviet organs of state security, which was published in the beginning of the 80s by the KGB itself. And again, it was completely closed for the external audience. And in the end, some very few materials, but some of them were constantly used by these organizations for the propaganda purposes, for strengthening the image of these organizations themselves, and also for strengthening the image of the entire Soviet regime. What happened during the perestroika is this process. This guy called Vadim Bakatin, who came from the Soviet police, was brought by Gorbachev to reform the KGB, and he was the first person during the entire Soviet history to open, at least somehow, at least a little, the KGB archives for the, first of all, for the historians like us, and also for the average people who now, for the first time in the entire Soviet history, were able to come to these archives and to read the personal files of their relatives who suffered during the so-called Stalinist purges, and also later, but mostly during the purges. It was for the first time that the people were allowed to come and to see the personal files of their relatives. Again, there were many obstacles on the way, but for the first time, as I said, it was at least partly open. And all this was started by Bakatin, speaking about the surveillance of the opposition in the Soviet Union. He actually ordered the destruction of the entire archive of the so-called Fifth Department, which was busy with the political suppression of the opposition in the Soviet Union and the surveillance after this opposition. So Bakatin not only opened the archives of the KGB, but also ordered the total extermination of this specific archives, which dealt with the supervision and surveillance after the opposition. After the downfall of the Soviet Union in 1991, what happens actually, the Communist Party, of course, and the KGB were abolished forever, but the archives were preserved by the new authorities, new Russian authorities, and now we are talking only about the archives of the Russian Federation. So until today, many of them, most of them were, of course, renamed, but the collections remained the same. And by now we are talking about the collections of the Communist Party, which are stored at Ergaspi Archive in Moscow, and also about the collections of the foreign intelligence, which are now stored at Yasenevo, which is the headquarters of the SVR, again, the foreign is Russian intelligence. And they are completely, the archives in Yasenevo are completely closed, sealed forever. You can go there and see the documents. And of course, the Lubyanka archive, which is the biggest, and it stores all the documents, all the collections of the documents, all the Soviet civil security authorities, starting from the VCK and NKVD and until the KGB. And of course, there are also two types of military archives, archives of the military intelligence. One of them is stored today at the Russian State Military Archives and at least partly open for the historians. Some of the materials were disclosed by the Russian authorities in the 90s. And the second archive, which deals with the operational activity of the GRU, the military strategic intelligence, is sealed until today. But here you can approach, you can try. I don't know what happens with this archive of the party, of the Communist Party today, but at least 10 years ago, it was still partially opened, and they were quite cooperative, and it was there that I found part of my materials for my first book about the partisan intelligence. They did not disclose materials related specifically to intelligence. When I approached them and I asked for this kind of material, they answered, "What are you talking about? Everything related to intelligence is still closed and will be closed forever," but they provided me with other very relevant materials. So again, today we are talking about the following tendency. There was some peak in their readiness to release some materials, especially during the 90s and in the beginning of Putin's rule, when the guys like Alexander Zdanovich, who was the official speaker of the FSB, the Russian security service, he presented himself as a kind of historian. So he was leading an initiative called Чтение на Lubyanka, readings at Lubyanka, which is the headquarters of the FSB. He initiated the disclosure of at least some materials about the past, about the history of his organization, and the outcome was a series of quite nice publications about the history of the FSB and earlier of the KGB and NKVD and VCK. They were completely sanitized, not to be mistaken, and censored by him and his colleagues. But again, at least for the first time, we had something to read, something official to read about the history of this organization. The second one in the line was, and no less important, was Yevgeny Primakov, who was the head of the SVR, or the Foreign Intelligence, and later on the Foreign Minister, and later on the Prime Minister of Russia in the 90s. And he initiated for the first time a series of publications about the history of the foreign Soviet intelligence. And by now, thanks to him, we have 6 big volumes of the history of the KGB, of its foreign operations. But again, it was completely sanitized. But on the other hand, the first time, as I said, we had at least something to read, something official which is coming from inside the organization. But what happens later on during the Putin's regime's time, you can see here this curve, it goes down. They abolished the open publications. They abolished the policy of declassification, and actually they've published only a few books about the history of the KGB, and only a few, very few collections of new documents, again completely sanitized. For which purpose? First and foremost, for the purposes of their foreign relations, for explaining the current behavior on the international arena. And this one, for example, this volume, this collection of documents called Aggression, deals with the Poles and the Polish diplomacy before and during the Second World War. And there they are trying, actually, in this book, Aggression, they are trying to explain their policy vis-a-vis Poland during the partition of Poland. They are the Russians and the Nazis, of course, in 1939, and they are trying, it is a kind of apology for the Soviet policy, for Stalin policy vis-a-vis Poland. And of course, when we are talking about the current situation, there are no new disclosures, almost no new publications, and actually today, during the war of Russia, after the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, actually, as far as I know, it is very, very difficult to approach those archives. One possible example from the past 3 years, slightly before the invasion of Ukraine, actually, I was working at the archives in Germany, at Berlin-Lichterfelde Archive, and I found a very interesting, amazing story about the Jewish guy called Yosef Feldman, who posed himself as a Ukrainian and went to Nazi Germany in 1942 and was very active in establishing an underground on German soil. And he and his friends, who were the Soviet prisoners of war, were caught by the Nazis, by the Gestapo in 1944, interrogated and killed in the end of the process. But he admitted of being first a Jew and second of an NKVD officer who actually acted in Nazi Germany disguised as a Ukrainian volunteer. So I was trying to approach, you can see here the Lubyanka, they archive through these guys. You probably, some of you know them, TV channel Zvezda, which is one of the main propaganda channels, military channel in Moscow. And they were making a documentary about this underground, and they interviewed me, and I've asked them to approach the FSB and to ask to release at least something about this very important case. And the FSB actually denied this approach, and they told we are not disclosing now things, we are not dealing with such kind of activities. So there was no answer. So there was some answer, but it was a very, very unsupportive. So speaking about the archives which were left in the former Soviet republics, there the behavior of the local authorities, the policy, is quite different, in some places completely different, which is very important for us as historians, since instead of going to Moscow, we can approach these places, and they possess huge collections of the KGB documents, and this is very interesting. The party archives and the big part of intelligence archives were left by the Russians in 1991 when they flew from those republics. So I was surprised to discover actually that there are files of the partisan intelligence, Soviet partisan intelligence. They are stored until today in those party archives left by the Russians in the former Soviet republics. So you can approach them. They have plenty of very useful information about the partisan movement, about the Communist Party in those places until today. And also many KGB documents are still stored in the former KGB local Republican archives, except for the operational information about the agents mostly handled or sent by the KGB to be active abroad. These files were taken by these guys, by the Russians, back to Moscow and probably destroyed, or they are still stored there in the Moscow archives. But the rest of the information, much of the information is located in those archives and now, by now, open for the historians and the general public. Here we are talking, I'm trying to present the policy. There are differences between different former Soviet republics in disclosing this information. The most active and the most open are the Ukrainians, the Balts, and the Georgians for their political and geopolitical reasons, as we know for sure. In this specific place, like everywhere, history is a kind of a tool for promoting geopolitical and also political goals. So it is very, very important in this region, and they are trying to present their own narrative of their history during the 20th century, and especially about the occupation by the Soviets, about the so-called Red Terror. So they are releasing many materials once held tightly by the Soviets. So you can go there and see those materials for your research purposes. The others, the Belarusians, they're quite similar to the Russians. They are still publishing something, but not extensively. And the rest, for example, I was trying to reach or to approach the archive, the former KGB archive in Kazakhstan, via my very good contacts in Almaty, and I was told, I was answered by the local colleagues, there is no way you can approach this archive since it is still very much closed, sealed until today. You cannot see the former KGB documents in this archive. But here, still, there are many very useful documents which shed a light on the Soviet times. Just to give a few examples about Lithuania, there is a big building in the middle of the city, which is called the Museum of the Occupation, which is actually the former KGB headquarters, and beforehand the Gestapo headquarters, and beforehand again the NKVD headquarters, and so on. So their collection is huge. They are very open. Almost everything is digitized today and is online. It is very approachable, very easy to work with these documents. Here you can see the example from Latvia, where the policy of disclosure is quite the same. There was a big controversy about the so-called KGB or NKVD bags, which contain what? The names of their agents, former agents in Latvia. But finally, it was decided by the authorities to disclose also, to release also this information. And today you can see here one of the files, personal files, which contains a lot of information about one of the local agents. Everything is, or almost everything is digitized. The archives is just amazing. I visit them frequently. This year I also was there, and I'm going again in October to Riga to work at the local archive.
Here is about the controversy, about all the policy of disclosure of the former KGB files. The Ukrainians are very active in this field, and for them, again, it is a kind of weapon, firstly and foremostly, of course, now against the Russians. They've done a big deal of work by digitizing those archives. I personally know the director of the SBU archive, which is the Ukrainian Security Service, and he gave a very nice talk in Denmark almost 2 years ago, already after the invasion, and he told us, as the Russians, one of the first things which they are doing when they are entering the Ukrainian territory is not only to destroy the local physical infrastructures, but also to seize the local archives. And for this reason, the locals, the SBU, is running 24/7 for digitizing their different archives spread around the Ukrainian territory, and they've done a very good job. Again, many things are today online, completely accessible and useful for the historians. And here you can see one of the many files which I've personally got from the SBU archive while working on my latest chapter about the Jewish Polish refugees who came to the Soviet Union in 1939, 1941. And this was for the first time that we were able to see the entire story of this exodus of the Polish Jewish refugees through the eyes of the Soviet security authorities. And here about Georgia, again, the archive, the former KGB archive, is open for the historians. And I visited Tbilisi, Georgia, about a month ago, and they are making a very good job, including presenting these documents in their National Museum. There is a very nice exhibition of the so-called Soviet occupation and Red Terror, and they are making an extensive use of the former Soviet NKVD documents. Speaking, I still have some time, yeah? 1 minute, okay. So 2 minutes. So just to conclude, these are not only the former Soviet archives, but also the Western ones who've made a very nice job during the last 20 years by bringing over many great collections of the NKVD and KGB documents. Yad Vashem, we have here our colleagues from Yad Vashem who know for sure they are still bringing very nice documents from the former Soviet Union, including documents of the KGB and NKVD. The USHMM in the US, of course, very nice collection at the National Archives in the UK. These very interesting collections brought to the West by different KGB defectors, which are completely amazing, and you have very nice information inside there, official acquisitions. And just the last example, which I found 2 days ago online, the outcome of the joint venture of the Ukrainian SBU archive and the Czechian archives, and they put many documents related to the Czechian history which they found in the Ukrainian NKVD and KGB archives. They put them also online. They are completely accessible, very easy to use, and it is very suggested to go there and to see these materials. And just to conclude, what I was trying to tell you, actually, we have an opportunity not to approach the Russians and their intelligence archives, which are still closed in Moscow, but instead to go to other places, first of all to the former Soviet Union, the Baltic states, Ukraine, even to some extent to Belarus. And there are very nice materials of the intelligence history there, and also to the Western archives. This gives us opportunity to study not only the Soviet intelligence itself, but also, as I have made, to study some new aspects of the Holocaust, for example. And my latest article deals with the Jewish community in Latvia before the 2 world wars through the eyes of the local interwar security service And the documents, I found them, they were stored and locked in the former KGB archive in Latvia. So it is a great opportunity for us as historians to go through these archives of the former intelligence and to find their new materials for our researchers about the Jewish history. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have some time for questions. If you want to ask a question, please come here. Otherwise, Jonathan will not be able to hear you. So please, on the left. Yeah. Hi, John.
Even if you do come to the microphone, I might not be able to hear you. I was only able to hear just parts of the previous talk, unfortunately.
Oh, and do you hear me? Can you
I
hear?
do hear you.
Okay,
I hear you.
so she'll come here. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Hi, I have two questions, one for Noah and one for Yaakov. For Noah, it's more of a request if you can elaborate a bit about your sources in your research. And for Yaakov, actually I have two questions. One is you talked in the beginning about the fact that the KGB published histories from within. So I was wondering if there was a specific like a history department in the KGB that worked there. I know that there was one in other of the ministries, so I'm guessing yes, but I was wondering. And the second one is I'm working on Soviet archives on Glav Archiv. So I was wondering regarding the Rus Archiv policies now in the Ukraine. I know that the Chernihiv archive was destroyed by the Russians. So I was wondering if you know if they were able to save some of the documents, and in general about if you know, I'm guessing that there is not a lot of information, but how many of the documents were in different archives in the Ukraine they were able to save before, if there were other that were destroyed. Thank you.
Why don't you write down the answers and we'll collect a few questions. Yeah, you here, and after that. So why don't you just line here so it will be quicker because there's a lot of questions and not a lot of time. Thanks. Okay, we'll take 3 and then another 3, okay?
Hi, thank you all. These were fascinating papers. I have a question to Noah, maybe like a 2-part question, and then kind of a question/thought to all the presenters. So I was, maybe unfair, it's a hypothetical question. So do you think that at this point where the archives are first consulted about who's going to do the decision making, the archive or the government, could that have been different if they kind of made a different choice? And was there kind of over the years a move towards a more conservative declassification policy? And was it depending on particular parties in power? My other kind of thought/question, and I was thinking about this yesterday when Yael was speaking and others, is this idea of state versus archive, right? And that had been here with us since the opening remarks. Are states actually interested in having their archives open? Or are they interested in making them as inefficient as possible, materials as difficult to find as possible, because accountability is a serious thing. And archives, so I'm wondering, I'm thinking about the past and all sorts of efforts by the states, the reluctance of the states to actually invest in historical preservation and declassification. I'm thinking about the present and the digital turn and what can this do to archive. And I was hoping that the presenters could talk about this and maybe people, maybe other colleagues present, because I think it's an important theme. Thank you.
We'll take one more now. And then we'll do a round of the presenters, and then hopefully we'll have time for more.
Thank you very much for all the talks. Actually, my question ties in very well with Dina's. I was thinking about, along these lines, about the people on the committees of managing the archives, and are there different, I haven't researched that, but are there different models of directing archives or directing state archives? Are there models about who are the people on the committee? How does it work? Is it the same? Maybe, I don't know. And the other one is, with all the digitalization turn, I was wondering whether as researchers we're gaining more or gaining less, because I don't know whether when archives digitize, do they put the entire information digitized, or part of it stays in the archives and then it kind of disappears forever? I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll go Noah, Jonathan, and Yaakov, okay?
Yeah, so the first...
Can you come and speak here?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
sure.
Jonathan won't be able to hear you.
Yeah, so the first question about my sources, the main body of sources is the archive of the archive, which it can be found in the State Archive. And that is all the administrative, paperwork of the archive, which is very rich. They are very aware of, they keep like every little note that they wrote to each other, and every correspondence. And so that's the main body of sources. And obviously I use, press and, newspapers. No, not yet, but I will. And also, yes, in some of them, some of those materials that they created were actually interviews that they interviewed themselves, like the archivists in the 90s were interviewing one another about the history, So in that sense, I did use some interviews, but not that I conducted. Okay, the second question, could have they made a different choice? I mean, it is hypothetical. Instinctively, I would say probably not. If they would have tried to choose otherwise, I think probably at least some of the ministries would just not let them open records as they will. And that would probably result in some more political pressure. That could have been also part of why they chose that model. It's not a unique model. There are, especially in Europe, at least then, there were like states that had these 30 years limitations, and that the records were supposed to be released after being screened by authorities. I don't know every process that happens since that past 40 years in declassification trends, but generally speaking, I don't think it got better. It got worse. The first thing is, and the archivists, especially Alsberg and also Freundlich, they wrote about it a lot. They regretted that decision. They eventually, first of all, it was like a huge clog. Half of the ministries didn't even bother to go through their records, not even for any particular reason, just they didn't have the manpower or the interest, and they kind of stuck huge amounts of records that the archive couldn't open. I think the former chief archivist, Lazovic, did try to be more liberal and kind of took decisions about opening files without being, screened. It didn't work that well, and apparently now some of the ministries are kind of deliberately not, going through the records or not giving them to the archive. Alsberg, already in '85, he wrote that this should be changed, and we should move to the American model, which was then it is principally the same now, but I think since 9/11 they became like more insane about what they. But the model in the United States is that records are open unless they are classified when they are archived. So then all the records can be open unless, so yeah, we're not in a good place right now. That's it. Digitation, someone else can answer that.
Please keep the questions short and the answers short, otherwise we won't have time. Jonathan, would you like to comment?
This is a short answer, no.
Okay, Jacob.
So first of all, thank you for your questions. Speaking about the authority which published these internal researchers, there was the institution called the Red Banner Institute, Krasnoznamenny Institute, okay, within the KGB, and they had the so-called historical department which dealt with such materials and published different kinds of books and other internal publications. The second question is about the Ukrainian archives. Some of them have been already destroyed or seized by the Russians, like this in Chernihiv. As far as I know, many of them were already digitized before the invasion, since the Ukrainians, after the Crimea, they felt something, that there is going to be something with the Russians, so they were trying, by cooperating with the Europeans, and using the European donations and funds to digitize as much as possible. And specifically, the specific answer for this question, I could try to connect you to Andrei Kohut, who is the director of the SBU archive, and probably you will get the answers, more precise answers there. And speaking about the choice of the archivists in the KGB or FSB or SVR Ayom, today, excuse me, what would they do had they the chance to publish, to open more? At least in the 90s, there was a feeling that some of them, like Zdanovich, who was on the one hand a general, a KGB general, but on the other hand, he was a historian with the sense for the research and the history, and there was a feeling that he was trying to disclose as much as possible. He understood that there was a kind of a opportunity window for him and his colleagues to disclose at least something about the history of those in Soviet intelligence organizations. And during the Putin's period of reign until today, he is a very old-fashioned guy. He sees the information only as a tool for promoting the interests of Russia. And for this very simple reason, most of the archives today are closed, and we don't know really what do they think the archivists, the current archivists in those institutions.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kunduz, and I have a question to Jonathan. It was very interesting topic, but I wasn't sure. It seemed for me more like a public discourse presentation of the topic which you were researching. I mean, we're talking about the archival material, basically that no one has really seen the official registry of the materials, what was in, right? Like you tried to give citations and quotes of what was assumption of Edward Said, or also of a Hannah. And my question is a bit, maybe a bit provocative, like what would you assume is in this archival or research center, which was in Beirut? Is it indeed like PLO research of these historical collections, or it is more than that? And if it was more than that, based on which hard facts are you relying? Because like in your topic, I felt it was more like public discourse, like based on these publications, etc. And second question is to Noah about, you said very interesting sentence that modern state and archives, it is like, do you incline to say that modern states building cannot exist without archival building, or does archival building impact how the modern state is, like how was your theoretical perspective on it? Very short.
Other questions? Yeah. Yael, you have to come here, and then you, and then we go for the last round.
Thank you. These were, once again, three really, really interesting, really rich presentations. I'm not going to ask Noah anything because she and I have enough one-on-one time. And Yaakov, I just wish I had the languages to dive into all these surprisingly open archives. So my question is for Jonathan, and I'm not sure you were following the previous panel, but there was a conversation here about the ways in which Jews during the World War II era are invested in creating archives even under the most extreme circumstances. And then in the immediate post-war period, collecting testimonies before they become obsolete. And so my question to you is, what goes on the Palestinian side in that sense? So there is no centralized archive, like you said, which makes, perfect sense. And each department keeps its own records or doesn't, right? Because these are not very, I assume, stable entities, spatially speaking, which is often a core requirement for maintaining an archive. But what goes on culturally? I mean, does the Palestinian Liberation Movement have an archival sensibility? Kind of within, the kind of the twists and turns of the story that you tell, what is your sense of how much of an investment is there? Is that investment in some ways influenced by the Jewish investment in memory and archiving, or is it in fact, does it try to counter that? Does it respond to it? Is there a relationship there at all, or is there a relationship with other kind of archival cultures or sensibilities in the region? Thank you.
Okay, and there was another question, please.
Yeah, thank you. My question is about partisaning practices. So during this conference, we already heard examples of partisaning gathering to the state's archive. So how they gather the documents which don't correspond to official narrative, and that's kind of what the keepers do. According to my experience with Russian archives, the keepers also are so it's quite often that not the state decides what is to be published, what is to be seen by the researcher, but the keeper of the collection. And the question is, do you heard of some partisaning actions of keepers of the collections in terms of publication of the documents? Thank you.
Okay. No.
I'm not sure I understood the question. What I was trying to say is that, national archives, state archives, do shape or take part in shaping the politics of knowledge. I think we all can agree, and my presentation was basically about that. But I'm going to take this opportunity to ask Jonathan another question. Do you think there's like an element of, I don't know, like mythologizing of this absent archive, along the years, that no one knows where it is, what was in there, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe speculating, maybe that kind of nationalize it in a way in someone's imagination? Thanks.
Jonathan, please.
Okay, thank you so much. So Kunduz and Noah, I think, are asking similar questions, which is, what do I think was in there? And I don't know. I told you what I know, which is what people said was in there. And that means that Well, it was a library, first of all. I mean, I've been speaking about an archive because that's what you asked me to speak about, but it turns out that it's also a very important and interesting archive, excuse me, an important and interesting library, and a library that was, among other things, filled with books of Jewish studies. It was a library that included the Sansino edition of the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, and many, many books on Judaism, Jewish history, Zionism, and Israel that Israel didn't need an extra copy of those books when it came in September of 1982, but it got those extra copies at least until November of 1983. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, with regard to the archive, is, I don't have like a conspiracy theory here about what I really think was there. I tried my best to gather the information that we have from especially the two longtime directors of the center, from Ani Sayegh and then from Sabri Jirias. Sabri is still living, and so I was able to actually ask him about it. But Anis passed away before I started this project. My sense is that I don't have any reason to think that that either of them is lying about what was there. They might be telling me different things because different things were important to them, or they remembered different things. But I suspect that many of these documents that Ani Sayegh says in his memoir were there, of papers of early and Mandate era Palestinian Arab leaders were actually there, and that they were microfilmed, were microfiche. When I spoke in Ramallah with the then director of the PLO Research Center, Sameh Shabib, and asked him about, I hear that the stuff is in Algeria. Is it going to come back? There had been at that point some recent news that perhaps it had been found and it would come back. He said, well, it was mainly like the valuable stuff was mainly on microfilm and microfiche, and that definitely didn't survive the elements where it had been stored in Algeria. He said that there's nothing of value that they might find there. I'm not sure. So I presented to you what I know, and Kunduz, you're right. It's a story of public discourse, and a story about an absent archive and not about a present one. Noah, you're right. There could be mythologizing here, and there might be. One of the things that's interesting about this story is that the PLO pushed very hard to get back the archive and the library. I don't know of a single other case, and maybe someone in the room does, of an archive and library being part of a prisoner exchange. But the PLO insisted that this be part of that prisoner exchange in November of 1983. So they valued it, and they pushed for it, and then they got it back, and then it disappeared. And that itself is something of a scandal. Why was it important until 1983, but thereafter, what happened? Now, of course, the PLO had lots of other things on its mind and many other problems to deal with, but I think many of those of us who care about Palestinian history and care about the writing of Palestinian history, it's frustrating that was sent to Algeria, that according to Sabri Jirias and Sameh Shabib, it actually got to Algeria, the boxes were there, and then afterwards it disappeared and hasn't been, isn't accessible and may not exist at all, but certainly isn't accessible, hasn't been since 1983. And what on the other question about collecting testimony, I should say that the PLO Research Center, after the Sabra and Shatila massacres, did engage in collecting testimony of survivors of Sabra and Shatila. And one of the theories that I have about the bombing of the Research Center in February of 1983 is that it was bombed just on the eve of when they were planning to publish that testimony and the studies of what had happened in Sabra and Shatila. And so I think it's possible that the Front for the Liberation of Lebanon from Foreigners or others were not interested in that testimony coming out. Of course, it came out eventually, but at the time. And so, yeah, I think there is an issue of collecting testimony here. And is this a story that fits in well with archives in the Middle East? No, they're in most cases, in Middle Eastern countries, archives aren't easily accessible. Israel, of course, is an exception in that case. But in most cases, the archives, to the extent that they exist, aren't taken by a foreign power. And in this case, they were, but then returned and then lost.
Thank you very much, Yaakov.
Okay, I will answer briefly. A wonderful question. The wonderful question, thank you very much, about the so-called partisan disclosure of documents. So in this specific region in Eastern Europe, and especially in the former Soviet Union, you actually have two different levels of relationships. The first one is the official. Officially, everything is closed, okay? And there is a very strict policy of keeping those files close to the chest. On the other hand, you have the unofficial relationships between the people, and especially between the directors of the archives and not necessarily the publishers, but the foreign researchers who come to those archives. And everything is personal. I personally had two experiences, personal experiences. First of all, in Minsk, when I came there for the first time, everything in the KGB, so-called KGB archive, was closed. But I approached the director of these archives. I wouldn't disclose his name today, but I told him that I'm a student, a PhD student of Professor Gabriel Gorodetsky, who taught here for many years, and was very respected person, a very respected person in the former Soviet Union for his publications. And this specific guy, this director of the archive, told me immediately, you are the student of Professor Gorodetsky, and you are from Israel, and I was twice in Yad Vashem. So go and see whatever you want, as long as I'm here. Okay, so I had this opportunity to see materials. And the second case was in Lithuania, and there was also a former KGB archive, which I approached as a neighbor from Latvia. And the director of this archive told me, you are from Latvia, so you are from the ours. So you can, we do not disclose these materials, but you specifically, you can go and see whatever you want. So again, two different levels, the official one and the personal one.
Thank you very much. Jonathan, it was a pleasure to see you, although I regret you're not here and we can't have dinner together. Thank you all. It was a fascinating panel, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much.